we are supposed to implement for the benefit of our institutions and the country at large. We pray for the participants and the facilitators that they'll be able to deliver well, so that we'll be at a good place at the end of the session. We thank you and honor you for this. We pray, believing and trusting in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Okay, thank you so much, Rolex. Distinguished participants, may I take this early opportunity on behalf of NACOSTI really to thank you for taking time to be here this morning for our Q3 sensitization. This is a very important forum for us so that we can be able to have this discussion, particularly as you're preparing to report for Q3. And it is important so that we have our act together. We are making things simpler for ourselves for effective implementation of this indicator. I think at this point, let me say this is it's an important avenue for us to have this discussion, and more importantly, it is for us to really do appreciate your input and your support in this. We are coming toward the end of this financial year, and it is very critical and very important for us to be on the same page. On behalf of NACOSTI and on behalf of our Director General and behalf of the STI Mainstreaming Committee and NACOSTI, we want to say a big thank you. Because this is important, because we would have called for this meeting, and without your presence, it will not be successful. So we don't take it for granted. We are grateful that you are here this morning. And also, more importantly, is also to provide this opportunity for yourselves to be also a forum for you to air and share your comments, your suggestions, again, for us to shape this process. And more importantly, is how do we make it better for ourselves? Science, technology, and innovation mainstreaming in our MDAs as a performance contract is very critical. It's very important, because what we are saying is what the law, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Act of 2013 had anticipated, that what we need to do is for us as a country, for us through our institution, is to deploy the science, technology, and innovation in our programs, in our activities, to improve in terms of efficiency and save on cost and all that in our service delivery. So this discussion this morning is for us to be able to have the opportunity to report effectively for Q3. And for those who have already reported, we thank you. But should there be any issues that you may wish to raise, or you may wish to request for you to be enhanced or to be supported to amend your reports based on our discussion this morning, it's another opportunity. But more so is to hear your voice. So the reason I'm saying this is because we have the avenue on the chat and the Q&A sections, so that we are able to capture much of what you feel that we should address, much of what you feel the last 3 quarters that has been an issue to yourselves, and you feel need to be addressed. So use those 2 platforms so that we get it right. Also, I want to welcome those who are coming for the first time. Also, kindly use the chats, let us know, those who are attending for the first time, so that we're able to get to know how to respond to your issues and concern. I think this morning we'll be dealing with the state cooperations, and this is one of the largest segment of our sector in our government. But should we have any other participants who will be attending, you are also still welcome. And tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we'll still be dealing with other sector in the government. The message is similar, the message is same, but particularly the reason why we group them this way is to address specific issues, because certain sectors in the government have similar issues. So that's the rationale, but the message is same and the message is similar, and the indicator is cutting across. So I wish to just quickly, so that to set the scene for our discussion this morning, just to highlight what we are set to do with the next half a day. And for us to get the perspective, we'll build this in depth later. But I just wanted to just project what is the sub indicators that we are dealing with this year, insofar as STI mainstreaming is concerned. We do have two streams, stream A, stream B, but it really doesn't mean much. It only means terms of your entry point and your level of implementation. So we do have in your PC, because you are aware of this in the performance control guideline, that we have stream A. And stream A, we just mean those by the beginning of the year, those who have not yet developed their institutional STI mainstreaming. And your requirement this year was to develop the STI strategy, STI mainstreaming strategy, to be specific, and then the implementation of the same. And of course, this question will arise. Is it possible to do the strategy within the year and also implement? Yes, it is possible, because it's a very straightforward and simple document. Stream B, we are just categorizing institutions that by the beginning of the year, they had already developed their institutional STI mainstreaming document. And in that document, we had given several strategic issues that institution ought to have dealt with, that are important as institution, are important for our country. And that was collaboration and partnership, and the issues of technologies and innovation development, commercialization, and all that. So that is in a nutshell what the indicator has. But I just want to project this so that we can just share our sensitization objective. The reason for us inviting you this morning is that based on those two sub-indicators and based on those two streams, so what do we want to achieve at the end of the day today is that we know the dynamics in our institution. There are the various institutions that are changing the committees. They are reconstituting the committee, which is okay within your mandate. So one, we need to really break down this indicator. What are the requirements and what are the procedures for reporting and all these, and who are the actors? And the actors are yourselves, the STI mainstreaming committees and the PC coordinators. You're very key in this. So our one of our objectives today is to break it down for you to get it right, and for you to raise issues where you feel it's not clear. The other aspect we really need to address too, we are now reporting for Q3. This is important for us, and it is our core business to facilitate this. So this is in response to our commitment that we had indicated. Every quarter will be engaging, so that while you are reporting, we are able to clear the issues that will be the challenges in there, so that we are able to build the capacity through this free and virtual sensitization, and very important, so that as you report, those who have already reported, you still have an opportunity to share what your challenges and what you may wish to be amended before we get to 15th of this month. And also important is we have research, science, technology, and innovation indicators, what we are calling RSTI indicators. The normal tables, the normal data that you normally give us every quarter, so that we can try to break it down so that you really appreciate your contribution at the country level and at the global level. The data that we are sharing is helping us map the country's global competitiveness across different various competitive indices. And of course, we are dealing with the reporting. We also thought it would be important before 15th of this month that we deal with the reporting framework. So when we are asking for the report, what do we ask for? How do you report? And more importantly, why do we have to do this report? So we thought this will set our objectives for this session. With our state cooperation and any other participant who are participating this morning from different sectors in the government, have a conversation around that. And also remember, we are asking for your voice. We need to hear your voice and the comment going forward. So having said that, thank you so much. And really also to really overemphasize on behalf of NACOSTI, we are grateful that you are here, that you could spare this time for us to have this conversation. We don't take for granted once again. Asanteni. Finally, what I just would wish to share is that you allow us to just amend the program as it looks from your invitation. You ought to have started with the regulatory framework and the current trends with the Director General. He will come later in the day so that we will tweak the program. For now, we just go into the first aspect so that we are able to get the aspect of the requirement for this indicator, what is required, what is your role, and I will quickly follow up with what was expected in your work plan and what you are supposed to be reporting. So with that and with your permission, allow me to invite the first speaker for the session, and this will be none other but Javan Mwiti. Javan is one of our resource person that we are bringing on board to help us in giving this a professional angle. As I said, NACOSTI is a specialized agency in terms of implementation of this indicator, but we also look for professional angle so that it doesn't mean it's a NACOSTI business. It's a national agenda. So we can as well have resource person who are well qualified and experienced in this field. So Javan, if you are set, stop sharing. You can.
Thank you. Let me share.
Most welcome.
A minute. Yes, just a minute. Let me share. I'm sharing shortly.
Okay.
Just a minute. I make it to make it. I don't know whether you can be able to see my slide.
Yes, we can see your slide. Just put it that one in presentation mode.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I hope it is. It is in.
Yeah,
yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Gigi. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I think and I believe that we'll have a very fruitful session. At the end of the day, the main conversation today, we want to have it in terms of sharing experiences, in terms of asking ourselves what is the best way in terms of attaining our intended objective on this indicator. We'll also be looking at the practice. We'll be looking at the previous years, what has happened, what basically can we borrow from what has been there, so that as you all know, it is very clear. As you all know, we're in the fourth quarter. We are basically in the fourth quarter. and we are reporting for that quarter, so that these experiences will be able to help us to have an effective and efficient reporting. We'll be able to meet our objective, share experiences, so that any gaps from maybe first quarter up to now, or probably from the previous years that we have been able to identify, we'll be able to incorporate the same and address it as we move forward. This will be very, very important. This will be very, very important, so that at the end of the day, we all agree as we do the evaluation, as we get our score, at the end of it, it will be a score that reflects exactly our performance. The slides, I'm trying to move the slides. Just a minute. Yes, so basically, I'm trying to move my slides, but even as that picks up, so the main, as it has been indicated, the main objective for us is to ask ourselves, the purpose, of course, is to mainstream STI, and then the question is how, looking at the process where we are, covering the period that we have been able to implement. Then the question will be, sorry, I have to reshare again. I have to reshare, sorry, it's under challenge. Oh, yes. I believe you can be able now to see. Yeah, thank you. It is now moving. It is moving. So critically, the session that we are going to cover in the next few minutes, maybe in the next 20, 25 or that minute, is basically to share experiences. And to help many of us who are joining us, we know we have focal person and champions who are joining us for the very first time, for you to appreciate and understand exactly what is your role, for them that have been with us in the process also to address the gaps that probably could be there, and probably from the best experience, what is it that we want to implement. As you all know, we are now in the third year of implementation of this indicator, and it will be very important for us to interrogate some of the best practices, some of the gaps that have been there, and the areas that we can improve. The main purpose, of course, is to help you, is to help all of us as we do our third and fourth, the remaining 2 quarters. Of course, the third quarter is over. As we do the fourth quarter, that to be able to attain all the intended purpose from our work plan, from our strategic, from our STI strategy, and all the areas that we have identified, that to be able to implement that. As we do that, of course, we are mainstreaming. Then the real thing is impact and the shared experiences. What are the best experiences? What are some of the experiences that we have been having, and how do we infuse that in what we do? And how do we make that the very best? One of the things that we need to appreciate as we do this is, of course, to look at we have seen there have been a shift. We had MTP3. We started with MTP3. We had MTP2 and MTP3, and as time has gone, and with the time, of course, David, I believe you can hear me well. David, you can hear me well?
Yes, Javan, we can hear you.
Thank you. So that it's good always to confirm. Sometimes you could be speaking to yourself. So basically, we need to, as also we implement this indicator, we're also implementing our MTP4, our medium-term plan 4, and your strategic plan, and better. So at the end of the day, most of us in our strategic plan, we are doing the midterm review. As you do the midterm review for your strategic plan, remember it carries some of the strategic objectives and strategies that you have already captured in your STI strategy. So it will be very important for you to ask yourself, as in the state that we are in, since we have committed to mainstream, and we are mainstreaming in a complex environment where STI mainstreaming is done under other processes within our institution, within our MDAs, then how are we marrying, how are we harmonizing these processes to ensure that we are getting the intended output and of course attaining the objective quickly? As you know, and as it has been highlighted, NACOS is a specialized agency. They are in charge of developing the indicator, which they have done. They receive, analyze, and provide feedback. The deadline for reporting for that quarter is next week by 15th. You'll be expected to report. And that's why this training is very, very important for you, because again, we need to ask ourselves, based on how we report in second quarter, what lessons learned can we input for that quarter? We need to observe the deadline of 15, because again, if we don't do so, then there is a penalization that takes place, whether by the specialized agency like in a cost or in overall reporting of our PC. Technical support, provision of technical support for MDA as they are doing today. This has always been consistent. It's always good to know this, because in case you may have some unique challenges as an MDA that probably may not even be addressed in a gathering of in a forum like this today, then you can use the same. You can be able to contact NACOST again, and you can be helped so that we successfully finish our fourth quarter on a high note. So that technical support, assessing the annual performance of MDA, of course, after 30th June this year, the process of evaluation start, and again will be evaluated purely based on what you have submitted. The criteria for evaluation is based with the committed activities and your ability to address those activities within the first quarter to fourth quarter. And then, of course, they submit that score list to performance contracting and management. YSTI, I think this has been canvassed. It is very important. I'll just answer that question by looking at this. Basically, STI mainstreaming, as you have said, is within your core business. Meaning, as you report for other core activities, as you program for them, as you budget for those core activities within your processes, within your institution, and this, of course, are directly from your strategic plan where you develop your STI strategy, then basically, STI mainstreaming is part and parcel. And when you look keenly at it under the core mandate, you are addressing all your core business. And within your core business, we have science, technology, innovation. When you look again, I talked about MT before, I talked about Vision 2030. All those documents speak about science, technology, innovation. So it's inclusion as part of your core mandate and the realization that science, technology, innovation are the main ingredients that we need for us to attain or help us attain quickly our core business as institutions because of automation, because of digitalization and all that. So basically, that has been canvassed. Looking at the same justification, probably if you are to look at Vision 20, that we are looking at it because also most of us are doing our midterm review for our strategic plan. And the midterm review for our strategic plan ideally is reflecting on the performance of all what we took from MTP4, which carries the aspiration of Vision 20 that on 5-year basis, and even your own strategic plan. As you do that, remember you have also developed your STI strategy, which also you need to start asking yourself as you develop your work plan on annual basis, where are you? So looking at what I've talked about, you see science, technology, innovation is an enabler. It is clearly, as you harmonize your strategic plan, one of the documents to harmonize with, as per the directive, was basically to harmonize with as per the 5th generation guidelines of strategic plan, was MTP4, which captures science, technology, innovation, already meaning it's already part and parcel of what you're doing. And of course, that emphasizes the reason. Quickly, the implementation flow, because you report out of a successive implementation flow. The success or failure of your report is purely based on your implementation. And this is where we are saying today, we need to be borrowing experiences, we need to be sharing experiences, we need to be asking ourselves, what is the best implementation flow? What is the best implementation process that we should have? We have 1 quarter remaining. How can we then successfully put strategies in place to address all the gaps that we earn probably in first quarter, second quarter, and third quarter, so that by the time you address fourth quarter, where we are in currently, then you're able to recover, you're able to address, you're able to mitigate. So in terms of implementation flow, this is where we are asking ourselves again, we have an STI strategy or we are developing our STI strategy. At the end of it, we'll have those strategic issues. Those strategic issues are emanating from our own you have segregated matters from your strategic plan. You have already put them together. Maybe you are, as it was indicated, even if in stream A, by now you must have identified your strategic issues that you're implementing. Those strategic issues, then how do we implement them effectively? How do we then come to the point of saying, now we want to evaluate? Now you are reporting for that quarter, meaning you're evaluating the implementation process for the last 1st of January 2025 to 31st March 2025. So in terms of that, how then were we able to do it? Were we able to cascade this? Were we able to ensure that activities are fully cascaded to all the process owners? Were we able to ensure champions, the focal person and champions were effectively, were able to effectively ensure that the process owners know what needs to be done? Again, as we report now, because we are reporting by next week, and most of us, I know already, have started preparing your report. Are we then utilizing the existing infrastructure, the existing flow within the organization to ensure that you are getting the right information from the process owners? Have we enabled these process owners to be able to give us critical information to help us develop reports that are credible, reports that are of quality? Because your output again becomes an input to the next process. So implementation flow is very important because you can only report from an effective and efficient implementation process. So you need to question that. You need always to ask yourself as you do your report, who is the source of this information? And does they meet the source, the information and the report that you are getting from whatever sources? Do they meet the requirement, the established requirement for those reports and activities? This is again an area where the focal person and champions, the STI Mainstreaming Committee, comes in play to ensure that indeed what needs to be done is done. You work closely with performance contracting department. You're working very closely with planning department. You're working closely with all process owners so that as you report on those 7 tables or those number of tables, either from HR, from finance, whichever area, then of course you are doing it from the right perspective. So quickly, I've already talked about this shows the integrated process. You must always operate within this integrated process because, for example, the output, some of the output from when you do like midterm review for your strategic plan, where you developed, whether the PC which comes from your strategic plan, the PC which is also the carrier of your STI mainstreaming indicator, we must get it right. And as we have been told moving forward, we are now concentrating more on the result. We are looking at output. We are looking at outcomes of what we are doing. The relationship, we are looking at the relationship between the input and output. When we put a certain amount or when we dedicate a certain source of, let's say, income, source of time, whatever it is as an input, then what is the percentage actualization of what we are getting in terms? From that diagram now, once you talk about implementation, then you're addressing basically mainstreaming of the STI. This mainstreaming again helps you. This again helps you to define the process. So ask yourself as a focal person, ask yourself as a champion, in terms of the role that I'm playing today in my organization, in this mainstreaming cycle, where am I? Have you been able, the indicator already has been captured where in your performance contract? As you said, you don't operate in exclusion. You operate in a process, in a circle where there are many other processes taking place. We have performance contracting, we have a strategic plan, we have our quarterly report now as we are doing it. We have the reviews that we are supposed to do, and I've seen most of MDAs now, they're also reviewing their strategic, the STI strategies and all that. At the end of it all is to ensure effective and successive implementation. For this to happen, you basically have to look at the strategic issues that you have developed. Those strategic issues, you must have broken them down basically to the area of concern, the area of your mandate. Out of that, you have the goals. You can have sometimes you may have formulated KRIs which carry the key result areas, which basically reflect the objective and the strategies and the activities and all that. So basically, for you to talk about effective implementation, you must have planned it well. You must ensure that you have developed the right objective, the right strategic objective. You must ensure that you have the strategies and activities so that monitoring and evaluation now is purely anchored on what you plan, on what was set. And what you set, what you have planned was basically in this sequence. You started from identifying the real issues that you want to address. And again, I've seen questions sometimes emanating from MDAs in terms of when, for example, when you're reporting, when you have identified your strategic issues, the thematic areas that you have committed into, then it simply means that becomes the basis of developing your work plan from the strategic implementation matrix of your plan. You're able to develop that and then able to implement. Quickly, where again, anchoring it as part of your core mandate. I've already talked about it. And this is very critical. I think we need, this is a matrix, the performance contracting matrix for non-commercial institution, just for purposes of our understanding of this session. You look at when you look at the first criteria, financial stewardship. This is basically where you are now declaring the resources, the budgeting process, and all that. And when you look at it, the next criteria is service delivery. And service delivery is basically as a result of implementation of your core mandate. Where is STI mainstreaming is part of your core mandate, meaning then if it is part of your core mandate, you have allocated resources for it as at least where we indicate like at least 2% of your overall budget. And if you have done that, then the output of that, the measurable output of that is service delivery, which is criteria number B, which measures the services, the service delivery. It will measure your ability to be able to offer those services efficiently and effectively. And that way we have digitalization, for example. It also gives your customers, it gives your stakeholders an opportunity to interact with your services, then complain or compliment or give you a feedback. And that way you have resolution of public complaints. So B basically, for you to get an effective B, you must have clearly got it right in C, which is core mandate. And if you look at that core mandate, is where we have science, technology, innovation. So efficient and effective implementation. And that way we need to get it very right to ensure that we are doing the right things that we committed. Because out of them, they'll be tested. What you're doing here will be tested under B, which is service delivery. In other ones, the services, once you do science, technology, innovation, are we able to feel it within the services that you're offering? Are we able to ensure those services we infuse creativity, innovation, efficiency, and effectiveness? Can we say organization operational efficiency has increased in terms of this indicator you are doing under core mandate, which ideally the Wanjiko, the service, your stakeholders and your customers are able to. That way we do business engineering. That way we do digitalization, for example. You do digitalization, then business engineering is part of digitalization currently. And that's where, again, you measure. That way you put into application technology. That way you are putting in implementation innovations for you to be able to effectively and efficiently attain what you want. So for 2024, 2025, I'll just these are the impact. I'll just indicate that because one of the key deliverable for us today is basically to understand the impact, is basically for us to accept and have the best practice out of it. You have seen with implementation for the number of years that it has been done, for many of us who have implemented from first quarter to now, that one of the main impact that has come out when we develop clearly our STI strategy, then we are able to get it right in terms of implementation and planning, and then of course monitoring and evaluation. So the success story is out there. You'll be able to interact with it. But what we are basically saying is that we should be able, the focus is output, the focus is outcomes, the focus is the real value addition that goes to the one who is receiving your service. So basically with that, we'll look at the champions and focal persons who are the people we have today. It's a requirement. We should have focal person and champions for you to be able to implement this indicator. And that is very, very clear in the guidelines. The role of the focal person should be one, but in champions can be many. And a focal person, basically you are in charge of the indicator within your organization. You provide the support to ensure that sensitization and capacity building takes place. In other words, the slide that I covered with you about successful STI mainstreaming within the organization, in the complex environment of the organization, where you have strategic plans, where you have the master plans, where you have the work plans, organization and corporate work plans and all that, you're able to integrate, segregate matters STI and ensure that they are done successfully and effectively. You coordinate development and implementation of STI strategy. Even in stream A, you are developing the STI strategy. That is the work of focal person. Even in stream B, you are implementing, and that's again the work of the focal person. And implementation, remember, we have talked about the implementation process flow. We must get it right, because out of implementation is where we get accurate data, is where we get credible information, is where we ensure that there is the output from the various process owners captures that. We establish and implement monitoring and evaluation mechanism, promote collaborations. Collaboration is a key issue in stream B, and even in stream, it will be part of the issues that can be addressed in stream A. You promote STI business matters and ensure quarterly report. We are reporting deadline is next week for reporting, so we ensure it is the role of the focal person to ensure these reports are reported successfully. Who should be there? You should either be the qualification, either top or middle level, but of course conversant with matters research, science, technology, innovation. And I know this was observed. We emphasize, the emphasis is that the focal person should be in charge. The failure and success of STI mainstreaming in an institution is the ability of the focal person to ensure that it is effectively and efficiently cascaded, implemented, monitored, and evaluated within the period under review. Also, maybe as I conclude on focal person, we have talked about STI strategies. Your responsibility to ensure it is developed, it is implemented, and indeed development of the implementation matrix and work plans are done as per your plan. The next are champions. Champions can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't, the number is purely based with the unique size of the institution. And this ensure day-to-day implementation. They are critical to ensure that at the lower levels of the organization, that the indicator is implemented. They facilitate cascading. Cascading is a critical aspect of successful implementation of the indicator. Prepare and forward quarterly report. Report from HR, report from finance, report from other areas. This is the role of the champions. And these are critical because they do everything downstream to ensure that what needs to be done is done. They undertake continuous monitoring and evaluation. Their monitoring and evaluation is not anchored on quarterly reports. They do it day to day. You need to gather information in your respective area. Ensure the information is credible. Otherwise, if we have a wrong information emanating from an institution, it is the responsibility of the champions to ensure that the information you are receiving for your report, for the report that you're reporting on, then captures the aspiration. Ensure continuous STI capacity building, promote STI committed activities, and provide support and all that. So that is the work of the STI of the champions. The qualification is just commitment, passion to transform and lobby others. That is very, very important. Most of us as MDAs, we are running quite a number of change management programs, and in them always we have champions who help in such. Eligibility. I just want to summarize eligibility by just saying, as we have said, STI mainstreaming is an enabler number 2 under Vision 2030. It is clearly captured as such under MTP4, Medium Term Plan 4, and the government agenda. So if you are contributing to Vision 2030, if you are contributing to MTP4, then you have a role to play in science, technology, and innovation. You may not have, you may have a role either in technology, you have a role in innovation, you have a role in science, you could have a role in research, or you could have a role cutting across. So basically that's eligibility, but the list of who is eligible is shared. So basically, because you have been taken through the indicator, I'll just talk about only the enabling environment. For you to do this indicator, by summary, we need to have a focal person, we need to have champions, we need to have a work plan, which is already provided for, and of course, training of champion and sensitization of the stakeholders. You need to have the capacity. This is an enabling environment for you to be able to implement the indicator. I'll quickly look at stream A. I think I've been taken through it, but basically stream A is where you are developing strategic issues. We had a question yesterday, is it possible to develop and implement? And I think that has been answered. You can identify the strategic issues within the first and second quarter, and you can start implementation in third and fourth quarter. It is achievable because, again, the template is provided. Stream B, again, these are people already with the plan, and it has been explained. You have been taken through, and there will be a presentation basically to take you slowly on what are the requirements for you when we talk about collaborations and developing technologies, because again the criteria of evaluation is also anchored on the same. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, we basically just, it's good to share the key achievement in terms of your expectation. STS strategies, we have realized over time. And again, for them that are still developing the STS strategy, we have not been able to complete. The strategy should be able to, it has over time, it is clear that with the ability of the STS strategies capturing the objectives, then this enhances compliance and implementation. And I've given examples, quite a number of examples. The point here is the STI strategies that you developed with clear objective that EROP operationalize the same, then EROP see you across to be able to implement what is expected. Some of the challenges, and I'll just address two quickly, of implementation of a period of time, whether it is this year, whether it's the last 3 years that we implement. We are in the issues of low budgetary allocation, but again, to address this quickly, you are looking at what you have and what are you able to allocate? What are you spending? Like, for example, this third quarter, how much was spent in the area of research, science, technology, innovation in any of those domains in the entire ecosystem? Formulating the STI strategies again and implementation. And that's why I've really taken time to talk about the implementation flow, because that is where we have a lot of challenges. But at the end of it, all these challenges can be solved by sensitization like this one. You can contact NACOSTI directly. But the point is the success and failure of STI mainstreaming, basically for your institution, success or failure of it is how you capture this in your STI strategy. Committees, we want to encourage you as a best practice. The focal person and champions form an STI mainstreaming committee so that you manage all matters emanating or matters around STI mainstreaming. This will be very important for you. Continuous capacity building, ensure that you continuously, as a best practice again, you're able to continuously build the capacity. And then, of course, this depends the matters STI mainstreaming in your organization. So this is very important. Ensure effective response feedback. Again, you get feedback from NACOST. Also cascade the feedback and ensure, like, you are reporting for third quarter. You are addressing all the feedback for second quarter. And of course, capacity building and compliance with the 21st performance contracting guidelines. So this engagement with MDs has an impact. It helps address emerging issues. All emerging issues, as I've said, they are always addressed, and we are able to get a way forward. Leveraging again on the successes of the last 3 years as we have implemented, so that we can embed in the system, so that as you report for that quarter, we are building it from the experiences of first quarter, second quarter, those feedbacks internally and externally. The external feedback is from NACOST. You also have your internal feedback. So the champions and the focal person should establish a mechanism to solicit feedback internally from your process owners, so that any challenges can form the basis of your training, capacity building for them or for you, or addressing those areas. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're able to look at that, then I believe it shall help us in terms of effective and efficient implementation. There is a great improvement, that's a fact, but improvement can only be there when we look at the past experiences and we input on it. These are the number for us to ensure that all the gaps that you'll be identifying over the period of time on quarterly basis are addressed, and we're able to do the same. I think that is the end of my presentation, and thank you so much. I'll be there in case you have any question, you have any clarification to seek from me. You'll be able to get the opportunity during question and answer session. And at the same time, also, you can raise it. You can go to the chat and raise the same, and we'll have a plenary where how these things will be addressed. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, and let's continue with our sessions. Back to you, Dr. Gige. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Javan, for that and laying the basis for our discussion. We really want to thank you for that. I think at this point, if there's this one burning issue, I'm seeing a hand that is raised. You can be empowered to raise your question as we wait for the Director General to log in for the first presentation of the day that was appearing on the program. The DG NACOSTI would wish to join and make his presentation, but in the meantime, Javan, be on standby so that we are able to address any burning issues.
Okay, well noted. Thank you.
If there's any, okay, and if that is the case, then if we don't have a major issue, then we can allow the Director General requesting Professor Walter Oyawa to take the floor and give his presentation. Then we'll have a plenary towards the tail end of this conversation, so that we are able to get all the issues. I know much of other aspect will be answered, but from the Professor Oyawa's presentation. So with your indulgence, allow me to invite the DG Nakosti to make his presentation. Then we'll combine all the issues, all the aspects, both from Javan's presentation and Professor Oyawa's presentation. DG Nakosti, if we can see your screen.
Okay, yes. Good morning.
Yeah, morning, Prof. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. The screen, is it, maybe put it in the presentation mode?
Put in the presentation mode now.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
Now you're okay.
Okay, so I think, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once more for participating in this important engagement and sensitization. We do not take it for granted that we are seeing the high numbers of over 200 participating today from the Sagas and state corporations. The focus, I think, of this presentation will be a little bit different from what we have been doing in the past. That in the past we have been focused on going through some of the current issues in the STI ecosystem, but we now want to focus more on what impacts on Wanjiku, what impacts on Boda Boda, what impacts on the delivery of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, what impacts on the global agenda and things that are happening currently around the world. Now, allow me just to repeat this first slide, where we continue reiterating that the game-changing role of research, science, technology, and innovation. And you can see the keywords remain the same, RSTI, research, science, technology, innovation. How you interpret them is important, extremely important. But as usual, I would say that when you talk of innovation, then you are more closer to Wanjiku. We are talking about entrepreneurship, converting the technologies, research, and science outcomes into something that delivers products or services to the people. Again, allow me to just once more inform that nationally the government of Kenya is betting on RSTI in deepening the trust and strengthening public confidence in government. This is the statement by none other than His Excellency the President. So the question again to each one of us, Nakosti, and to all of us is, to what extent have we contributed in using research, science, technology, innovation in deepening the trust and strengthening public confidence in government? Am I audible, Dr. Ngige?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof.
Okay, there's just some background information. And then thirdly, to also inform that matters of research, science, technology, innovation is critical for enhanced national security and public safety. There's some background. There's some background noise. Yagon, are you able to request? Is Javan, probably Javan?
Yes, Javan, please, if you can mute your machine.
Javan? Okay.
Yes, Javan, please mute.
Yeah,
okay. Now it's okay.
Yeah. So that aspect is extremely important, especially in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, that it is being seen that actors, whether state actors or non-state actors, are now using technology to do some of the harmful things that they do to different kinds of countries, especially for developing world. So these are the three aspects that we'll continue reiterating. We want to point out again that His Excellency the President has been the forefront. There's a lot happening in what you're calling the RSTI ecosystem, and things are happening, including, I think, just 2 weeks ago when he was appointing his cabinet secretaries. But allow me to just recall that for the first time, the President established the Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology. We are still waiting for the appointment of the members of that extremely important committee that will escalate matters of research, science, and technology to that national and global level. This is a first time. It's also a first time, and I mentioned it the other time, that His Excellency appointed a special envoy on technology, Mr. Philip Omondi Thigo, and we were with him, I think, in Rwanda last week during the very, very important global summit, Global AI Summit on Africa, where Kenya was highly represented by none other than the Prime Cabinet Secretary. So having said that, also very recently, you must have seen a statement in the Star where it is the caption was Ruto announces plans to create State Department for Research and Innovation. This is a first time. This is a first one. Yeah, we have been well domiciled and housed in the Ministry of Education, the State Department of Higher Education and Research. But this is now blowing it up. I think he used, in his wisdom, he thought it is time to create such a department. And the statement that was given was that to deal specifically with research, development, and innovation. And you can see the keyword innovation remains the same because that is the word that really touches on Wanjiku. When you talk of research, when you talk of science, it sounds elitist. It sounds it's for the universities, it's for the dons there, the lecturers, the professors. It sounds like it's for the CPES, the ILRIS, the CHEMRIS, the CALROS of this world. But now to bring it back to the people, then you start talking of innovation. And according to the head of state, the government is keen on designing policies that help to transform universities into hubs of research, innovation, and excellence. And it didn't take hours. I think, if I'm not wrong, the same day that this news came is when he announced the recent changes. I think the expansion of the government, and he has nominated Professor Abdul Razak Shaukat to, if he's vetted successfully by Parliament, to be the first PS of the State Department for Science, Research, Innovation. You can see the keywords still remain the same: science, research, innovation. Technology is missing, but it's implied. I would imagine it's implied because you will not have innovation without technology somewhere there. And for those of you who know, Professor Abdul Razak Shaukat was the founding CEO of NACOSTI. Then it was called the National Council for Science and Technology, and then he was able to transit it to the current NACOSTI. So this is back to the memory lane. The people who had the original idea that formed the Science and Technology Act are coming back to spearhead a very extremely important state department. So there are a lot of things happening which you need to keep abreast. It means your voice, my voice, and everybody's voice can be taken to higher levels where it could deserve, it could get the hearing that it deserves, especially on funding. Yeah, having said that, I think I'll skip some of the slides, but because of the words that keep on appearing, I just want to remind you, for those who have been there over the last 3 years when we launched this used to be my very first slide. Yes, how do you define research? How do you define science? How do you define technology? How do you define innovation? But in simple terms, I think for the purposes of our presentation, in the simple, you can say just research makes science, science makes technology, technology makes innovation. And innovation has one key, the main difference between technology and innovation, that innovation has the entrepreneur, the business angle, which is missing. A lot of research work has been done in this country, but it continues either lying in the shelves or is being poached outside, what you can call biopiracy or piracy of research findings. So the time has come where we need to focus more on the innovation side and not on the technology side, because a lot has been done. But how do we convert that to the benefit of our people? That is one of the key purposes of the STI mainstreaming target. Also allow me to present this again, especially for those who are there for the first time, that it is an ecosystem. It's a powerful whole of government ecosystem where we have 3 subsystems: the political, the governance, and regulatory subsystem, the education and research subsystem, and the business and industrial subsystem. The challenge is always that business and industrial subsystem, because that is what will be felt by the people of Kenya. The 50 million or over 50 million Kenyans will feel what is happening in the universities, in the research institution, or even the Sagas. Will feel it when it ends up in the business and industrial system. So please, we reiterate, one of the functions of NACOSTI is to coordinate the entire ecosystem. And in the coordination is to ensure that nobody works as a silo. You might be a very good agency, you might be a very good State Department, but if you work alone, you will go just as far. At some point, you will need some other people to come. I think the entire world is converting to be program-based, so that you talk of programs rather than your specialty. So that if you are a civil engineer or you are a mechanical engineer or you are a doctor, you don't focus on things of doctors, but you focus on the product that is to be delivered. If we are to produce the first Kenyan car or to produce the first Kenyan vaccine for COVID-19 pandemic, then the question that we ask, that our desire is to get that vaccine, who are the players? And you'll need social scientists, you'll need literally everybody. You'll need manufacturers, you'll need the doctors, you'll need everybody. But at the moment, we are still struggling with each other. We are still working in silos, protecting what we have. And for that reason, we have not gone as far as we can. We need to open up, we need to focus on the programs, and we need to focus on the end product. It's one of the expected outcomes of STI mainstreaming. Having said that, with the escalation, what, if I might just go back a slide, with the escalation, what appointment of the or the nomination of the first principal secretary for the State Department for Science, Research, And this is an escalation. We are looking forward that this will continue and probably be benchmarked with global best practice. What is happening in a country like US? Again, I might share this slide, but you can see the hierarchy, the level that some of these countries place on matters of research, science, technology, innovation, which they will not tell us. When they come, when we engage with them in partnership and so forth, they will talk as if matters of research, science, is a very low-key thing. But in their countries, it is actually the thing of the moment. Whether you're talking about the military, whether you're talking about socioeconomic development, whether you're talking about health, we're talking about agriculture, they see all these things first and foremost as a national security issue. And that's why you'll see the equivalent of NACOSTI, the National Science and Technology Council, reports directly to the presidency. Then they have an Office of Science and Technology Policy, which in our State Department could be the Directorate of Research, Science and Technology, what we call the RST, which is in charge of policy, also reporting to the presidency. Then you'll see what has been established and is yet to be finalized, the Presidential Council of Advisors also reporting to the presidency. Now, below there, I will not waste time on this. I think I've said it before, but maybe for those for the first time. Below that, they are forcing the scientists, they are forcing the policymakers, they are forcing the military, the security sector to work together. It is compulsory. There's no option around it, because whatever happens for the security of the country, it's mostly science-based. The high technology level being used in modern engagement is technology. You could see what is the unfortunate incident in a place like Gaza. A lot of technologies at play. And in any war, in Ukraine war, the same, a lot of technology. So this, the time when the security sector was working alone is gone. And probably for the first time you saw in the newspaper, the head of the CDF and the head of NIS giving a public talk. The times where they would be secluded and working privacy is gone, because the publics are demanding for answers. The publics are demanding for accountability. And the same applies to all of us at NACOSTI and United States Corporation. So please think about this. For those of you who are in key decision making, shout it loud to your agency. Find out which are the agencies that you can work with, other state partners that you can work with to deliver on your mandate. It becomes easier when you bring others on board. And the same, in China, if you Google this is not my creation, you can Google it. You'll see that the State Steering Committee of Science, Technology, and Innovation reports to the State Council, which is chaired by the Premier, and then, of course, to the National People's Congress. And the same, many countries, Japan, the Council for Science, Technology, and Innovation is right inside the cabinet, the Prime Minister's office. You go to Singapore, the Research Innovation Enterprise Council reports directly to the Prime Minister's office. So they have escalated. Let us ask ourselves as Kenyans or as Africans, why are they escalating it? And why would they advise the same to a country? Because we are competitors. Yeah, nobody in this world, everybody's fighting for their own. They'll come for partnership, but please let us be informed. For those of you who have attended the protective security training, nobody means well for anybody. Everybody is there on their own. They're struggling for their country. They're struggling for their people. So you don't expect free goodies. If there's a free goodie, you ask yourself, what is it that is in for them? And if you check closely, you'll find that there's a lot, much for them than they're giving you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think our focus at this stage, and based on the advice that we got from the ministry in charge of performance contracting, is that we move away from processes and we get to impact of the people. So the question comes, how do you measure those impacts? How would we measure the contribution of NACOSTI or the society without us being subjective? Because every institution, when they're given a chance, they'll talk of the wonderful work they're doing. Yeah, well, NACOSTI will say we are doing this wonderfully. Another one will talk of we are doing this very wonderful. But the question is it documented in well-known whether rating systems or ranking systems? How do we measure our impact on towards the realization of bottom-up economic transformation agenda? Of course, one of the ways is the annual performance contract, but even that one you might find has quite some processes. And you can be number one just by processes. You did 10 policies, you did ABCD, but then when you ask Wanjiku, do you know this agency, which is number one? And they start wondering, we are not sure. So that is the question that you need to ask yourself, that you can be number one, but do the people know you? Do they feel you? Do they have the impact on that? So these are some of the issues that we need to address, and I think you're already addressing them in your annual work plan. What is your contribution toward the realization of bottom-up economic transformation agenda? That is the government's main top agenda. How do you contribute in enhancing Kenya's global competitiveness? Of course, that attracts partnerships, it attracts funding, it attracts joint initiatives like in the climate change and so many other things. Then, of course, one of the key challenges, the funding of RSTI at dollar dominant. We lack the resources, especially in these difficult times globally. We lack the resources to maybe to fund RSTI effectively. And therefore, donors are coming in. But then the other side, which we are asking, especially the Sagas that are the Minister of Interior or are involved, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, what is the extent of donor dominance? This is a question which we have to interrogate now, where you'll find a scenario where we are getting things, but if you have the right agencies check what is the other side getting, they might be getting billions as you are getting thousands. We have situations where some NGOs would support 10 PhDs or 10 master's programs. Very wonderful, and you're excited, especially if you are one of the people who have been awarded those sponsorships, like a scholarship. But in the process, when you finish your PhD, you have given them data to create an industry. You've come up with an extraordinary outcome which can make a vaccine. And if those of you who have heard the rumor about AstraZeneca, where it was made, it can tell you how do you compare a sponsorship for a PhD, which might be maybe 4 million or so, versus somebody who has come up from your work with a vaccine and is supplying the entire world. This is the question that we need to think. What's the donor dominance? And our agencies are going through a difficult time, especially the research, some of the research institutes that NACOSI regulates. We find they have so many donor support. Some have 50 partners, others have 70 partners. The highest probably is 170, 180 partners in it. Then you ask them, and they're bringing 6 billion or 7 billion or 10 billion annually. Now, the question that we need to ask, where does that 10 billion go? Is it few of us or many of us? And then what are they getting in return? Who are these partners? Who are these partners? That's a question which STI mainstreaming is supposed to answer for the agencies that focus on this. So moving forward, as I said, the title becomes on converts to the promise, unlocking the promise of social entrepreneurship, where, as you can see, whether it's the Gen Zs or the public, people are asking for outcomes. And they're not going to ask for outcomes in the mainstream government. Very soon, they're going to come to each of our agencies, where they come and camp at your agency or our agency and say, we have not seen your impact. We have checked your functions and you have not seen your impact. What will you do? What will I do as a CEO or as a board of that institution? That is probably what we need to awaken to. Are you doing what you're supposed to do, or did you shift your functions, or are you just relaxed? You are there, you are doing the same thing all the time. I hope I'm still audible, Dr. Ngigi. I like asking this question.
Yes, you're audible.
Excellent. So that element, the word social entrepreneurship, what is the impact? Yeah, and you may have seen or not have seen, but some of you may be involved in carrying mergers. And you can see in that report, in that dispatch that came from the cabinet, there were others to be dissolved. There were others to be taken back to the parent ministry. There were others to be merged. What informed that decision? In many cases, about impact. And you may be aware, if you're involved in that, I'm aware of boards of state corporations seeking higher up officers to plead their case. You know, we are very good. Kenya cannot do without us. We have delivered on this. It's happening. And I know, because I'm in one of the boards where we are trying to plead the case of that agency, which is probably recommended to be taken back to the ministry. And the staff are worried and so forth and so forth. What could have informed, what I would ask, what could have informed that kind of decision? Most likely is the impact. And somebody somewhere is measuring it. It could be our National Treasury. It could be other agencies that will come and measure what is the impact of NACOSTI, what is the impact of ABCD, what is the impact of Sagas, and so forth. Now, it is you, colleagues, focal points, and champions, who really, in my opinion, and I could be wrong on this, who are supposed to frequently be visiting your CEO or your head of institution or your accounting officer and giving him or her the data that he or she needs to take to the board to be able to defend that our agency has impacted this way, in a quantifiable way. This question is key, and the times have come, and literally we have no choice. We have to either demonstrate our impact or we'll just find ourselves dissolved. Actually, we have been told, the rumor is out that these agencies that are there, this is just phase 1. Maybe phase 2, we don't know whether we will be there. Yes, but even if you are there, I think that is about enhancing services, but be able to put up your case that as much as this might happen, we have done our bit for the country. So allow that one, I really wanted to emphasize. And when you talk in terms of what is expected of each one of that, of us, I think 2 days ago, I just quickly got some data. We used to have the 2021 data on the value of exports versus the value of imports, because it shows how your economy is doing. If you want to stabilize the shilling, then you must have a lot of exports. Then you can control or stabilize the shilling. So okay, in 2021, you could see the total value of exports was around, from Kenya, that is, going out of Kenya, was about $6 billion US. And the total value of imports was 19 billion. That is 3 times. We are importing a lot. It means we are using our dollar. It means we are not able to create jobs. And the same trend follows. Only in 2023, you can see at least the amount of imports went down from what we're seeing, 21 billion to 20 billion. So that's an improvement, but not yet good. You can still see we have increased the export value to 8 billion, from 6 to 7, 6.7 to 7.4 to 8.6 billion. That's quite an improvement, and we need to continue that. On the other hand, the imports, we increased from 19 to 21 billion, but went down to 20 billion. So the question is, how, in our little way, our little contribution, how do we improve on having local products so that we import less and export more? That affects us. And you can see Kenya's main exports include tea, cut flowers, coffee, fish, horticulture products. The imports consist of machinery. That's about RSTI. Transport equipment. That's about RSTI. Petroleum. Yeah, that's about RSTI. Ions, steel, resins, and plastics. That's about RSTI. Are we able, is some of the background? Aren't we able to have industries or like the Kiridi and the Minister of Interior? Yeah. I'm getting in the background. Are we okay? David? Am I still online, David?
Yes.
Okay. So the question that, ladies and gentlemen, need to ask ourselves, what can we do to minimize some of these imports that on machinery or on transport equipment? Aren't we even able to make a tuk-tuk, our own local tuk-tuk, so that we don't import tuk-tuks or bicycles? That's the question that we need in our small way. Those countries that did well, like India, they started from a crude way. It could have been crude machinery, but it is ours and we're proud of it. And we keep on improving on it. Rather than being very happy when we're importing a big vehicle or machinery, and you're very proud of it, or we are very proud of it, but it's not ours. When those people control, like now you have seen the issue of the tariffs, what will happen? It's going to be a global meltdown with this increased tariff, because you might not be able to get those things at the price that was there before. So it's a big talk. Allow me just to go to the value proposition of STM streaming. We have said this before, but for those who are here for the first time, just to reiterate that it anchors Kenya as a top-notch technology and innovation hub. That is key. And we want to be the top one in Africa. We are not yet there. I think South Africa is strong, but even the North Africans, Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, are doing very well. And those needs to be our competitors, not East Africa. East Africa, I think we are the lion within East Africa. But we need to compete with South Africa and the Northern African countries to be able now to be somewhere in the world. Actually, we need to be competing with Europe. Yeah, Kenya has that capability. The resource capability of Kenyans is to another level. So let us bring it together. Probably the missing link is this silo, where you work in silos. If there could be a mechanism of forcing us to work together, I'm sure we'll deliver a lot. And this, the best example you have seen on this working together is in the National Counterterrorism Agency. After some missteps in the past, they now work. It's a multi-agency team. Actually, it's a state. It's an agency which is actually a multi-agency team, and they deliver. Since their formation, you have seen the reduced number. They're able to detect those intended plans by the wrong persons. So the same will apply when it comes to economic development, so that ministries do not work alone. Yeah, ministries do not work alone. State departments do not work alone. Of course, it doesn't work alone. We all work together. But these are the listed. You can read them. Please, you have time. That's a value proposition. We are very pleased indeed and want to thank you very much for providing us with data. We have been getting data on infrastructure facilities. What we are now trying to undertake, despite the limited resources, is validating that data, coming back to you to really reconfirm that data is true, getting the evidence that if you say you have 1 tractor or you say you have 100 laptops, is it really true? So sometimes somebody could intentionally exaggerate, or somebody could unknowingly put some figures which are not there. Investments on R&D. Again, we have been getting that expertise and workforce and output. This information is now helping probably other agencies or other key decision makers on the work. We know we are relaying this to our parent ministry. It's one of the areas now they want to use this data to advise on other arms of government. So we really thank you for your efforts in this. Where you feel you do not understand how the tables are, feel free to ask our team. There are some tables that ask for 1 year data, like how much have you spent on R&D in the last financial year, or in this quarter. Yes, it's normally cumulative. So if we're, like now we're in the third quarter, we'll be asking how much have you spent on R&D in the first, second, and third quarter cumulatively. The others where we ask for the last 5 years. The others where we ask for the last 20 years. Like patents are alive for 20 years. So we'll never ask you how many patents have you done in this quarter. Whatever you give us is what amount of patents do you have to date. So if last quarter you had 5 and you have added 2, we want the number 7. So how to report becomes extremely important. There's quite some improvement on this, and I think our team will talk on that. The other, and I think the gist of this my presentation was to highlight on that there are several globally recognized indices. We like creating sometimes our own standards. And I've seen this probably happen mostly in the universities, where we create our own standards, and by our own standards, we do very well. And I remember there are times when we used to visit what we are calling the Africa Center of Excellence, being funded by the World Bank. And they'll make very good presentations. We have this, we have improved this, we have innovated this, we have done that. But then when you ask them, how has your efforts contributed to Kenya's Global Innovation Index? How have your efforts contributed to Kenya's ICT ranking? How have your efforts contributed to SDG index? And it's like nobody knows. Yes, rankings are key. It makes you, first of all, it creates objectivity. It removes the presentation from you. Like if as Nakosti, we are to present ourselves, of course, we will say very good things about ourselves. But is that information out there? Do we have an independent assessor to be able to assess us? Do we have an independent auditor, the way we have auditors for financial statements? Yes. So these are some of the well-known. I think the others are numerous. We are asking ourselves, please find out what fits you. Like if you talk of the SDG index, you expect the agencies that are in the Ministry of Environment to really feature there strongly. What is your contribution? Because this is where now you are the lead role. If you're talking of the Smart City Index, then you talk of maybe the Ministry of Industry to be at the lead. What is your contribution to getting Nairobi to be among the top smart cities in the world? If you're talking about Human Development Index, then the Ministry of Labor should pick up. So there's something for everybody. And it is easier to communicate, especially in these times of mergers. The moment you portray the data speaks for itself. You don't even have to seek high authorities to put your case. You'll be able just to simply say that we did ABCD and Kenya became like this. We did ABCD and this happened. We did ABCD and this billions of shillings came into the country. So somebody who's fair will listen to you. But when you have to struggle to explain your role and your work and your contribution to the Kenyan people, then there we have a problem. So please find out what fits you and work with the team to see what is your contribution to that. And one of the areas is in, I shared this before, in last year's Global Innovation Index, Kenya moved from number 100 to number 96, thanks to some of the data that you gave us on R&D. You look at the metrics which are there in the Global Innovation Index, literally every ministry, every department, every state corporation fits in here. You can see there's a sub-index on market sophistication. That might not be RSTI as such, but talks of finance for startups and scale-ups. Yeah, you look at that 4.11, that data is not there. Not applicable, not applicable. It means that data is not there. And yet Kenya is doing very well on startups. So we are asking which agency, which state department, which ministry can get that data to WIPO. Because that data is not there, and yet Kenya is doing very well on startups. Okay? You can see it talks of domestic credit to private sector. That is not direct RSTI, that's financing. So the National Treasury, the State Department for Economic Planning, the State Department for Finance and so forth should be able to contribute to that. And if you come to this other side, like 6.1, knowledge creation, each of our state corporations is involved in knowledge creation. You can see 6.1.1, we have done very well. The first column is the score. The second column is the rank out of 133 countries. So in the patents by origin, we did very well because these are foreigners, not Kenyans. These are foreigners who are including Kenyans in their patent application. Yeah, so that whatever they get as a patent is also approved or operational in Kenya. So you go to utility models, the same. We were the number 15 out of 133, extremely well. Those from the ICT State Department or ICTA and ICT, you are one of the best performers. You can see ICT services exports. You are number 17. Because of you, Kenya is number 17 out of 133 countries with an index of 5.7. So these are the features that when you talk about even to your bosses as RSTI focal point. So I'm literally requesting each one of us here, focal points in particular, and the champions, go to the Global Innovation Index and extract what belongs to your ministry, to your State Department, and to your agency, and find out how you can contribute, and be reporting this to your accounting officer. That we found since we did ABCT, we are seeing Kenya's ICT services exports have improved. You are seeing high-tech exports. We are doing badly. We are number 1 or 2 out of 133. So that's not so good. Now, the worst performance were in this area, Kenya's worst performance. If we have our colleagues from the State Department for Basic Education, we would really request you to relay this letter directly to WIPO or relay it to Nacosti so that we can relate to WIPO. There is that 2.1.2 government funding for people. That data is missing. They're saying it's not applicable. The school life expectancy, that data is missing. So Dr. Ngiga, I'll really request you to get in touch with the relevant focal points to get this data. It is there. In fact, if you Google, you'll find that data is there. It's only that it's not either formally communicated or availed in the internet for these people to pick it up. And for that reason, Kenya is scoring 0, 0, 0. Yeah, people-teacher ratio in secondary. We know that. But you can see we are doing very badly. It's like we're number 122 out of 133. Probably the data is old, what we have there. So help us on this data for the Global Innovation Index, which is a tool which is being used by countries to compete. Switzerland, which is ranked number 1, their businesses, they're attracting capital from the private sector, is very high because of being ranked number 1 in the Global Innovation Index. There's something which they're bringing on board, and this could be for the Minister of Industry and even the Minister of Education. Yeah, the Global Innovation Index Science and Technology Cluster ranking 2024. What are the parameters that they're checking? They're checking on the patents and they're checking on publication. So this would go directly mostly to universities, to different institutions, and to research institutions. So again, the champions from those areas and the sagas that are doing research, like we are aware the National Construction Authority has a very strong research wing. Even Kenya Bureau of Statistics standards, Kenya Bureau of Standards is trying to really expand their research activities. And many of you, by the way, are trying to invest deliberately to expand your activities on matters of research. When you do research, publish in well-recognized international journals, not the predatory journals. And if you can have any of the staff who is willing to, not a staff, has done some good work, please submit the work outcomes to KIPI for consideration for patent. And that will improve Kenya's Global Innovation Index. Each one of us has definitely space to contribute. And the puzzle remains the same. This one I've shared so many times, but it's the African paradox, where we have so much resources, arable land, but if you go to data, that despite all that, Africa contributes just 2% of world research output. The most shocking one is Africa produces 0.1% of all patents. A patent is so key. A patent gives you ownership. It gives you 20 years to keep on producing what you came up with without somebody interfering. But what is happening now in our country, and it has been detected by other arms of government, is that our youth are coming up with new ideas. They win awards in the first year. The following year, somebody has taken that. They come up with another new invention. So we keep on coming with new invention because we're not protecting them. But those people are patenting seriously. Now, this matter was talked about by the Director General of the National Intelligence Service in his lecture, in his public lecture the other day, that what could be the implication? Is it that we don't have research outputs? That is not true. We have research outputs, but somebody has put a doorway or a pathway or a bridge where, as you and me produce those research outputs, they're taking them to their countries, converting them to their technology. And in return, they give you scholarships, they give you some research fund, and so forth. And you'll be shocked to see when some of our top research institutions, I just wanted to get that slide on, yeah, this one. This is now the elephant in the room, the elephant in what is in Kenya's RSTI sector. That you have only 55 patents in our Kenyan institution. This was gleaned from KIPI, so this is not Nacosi data. And you can go and counter check, because some sagas are claiming we have more than this. Go to KIPI, because what you could be having are patent applications. And we also want to shout loud, probably on behalf of KIPI, that a number of state corporations, universities, and the research institutions have applied for patent, but you do not follow up. So it ends up lying there in the patent application stage, because maybe there's some more information required, maybe there's something you're supposed to take. So we have only 55 since independence, 60 years, over 60 years of independence, we have only 55 patents. That is a shocker. And you look at our great institutions, look at Calro, I hope they are there. Look at Kiridi, great institution, that they have only 4 patents since independence. Calro was established before independence. So this is a question which I think Calro is working on now. I think even them, they got shocked. But because we were not checking the data, we were shouting loud how good we are. And indeed, you go to Calro, great work is happening. Kiridi, great work is happening. And literally all the other agencies, great work is happening. But it is not converting into money or jobs for Kenyans. When you have patents and you commercialize those or monetize those patents, there are jobs for people, there's money, the economy is doing well. But if you have done great innovations for display, like the way we go to the annual Nairobi International Exhibition, and you see great display of technology, great display of technology. The university that I come from, they always become number 1. But after the show, they take back those innovations back to the store and lock them until the next exhibition. That's exactly what we have been doing. And that's exactly what maybe these other institutions are doing. But you are not able to convert, if you're not able to convert that patent to monetize it, then again, it has no value. It becomes a museum. So this is what actually the Director General of National Intelligence talked about. He literally mentioned the 55 patents in Kenyan institutions. What is their thinking in the Ministry of Interior? That probably, and very likely, most of the great work done by Kenyans, you and me, has gone out to give these people the very many patents that you have. So I've just gone to the next slide. Just like Kenyan residents have only 139 patents for the entire year. So we have 55 in public or institutions, and then maybe another 60 or that's around 80 by individuals who are there. But if you look at the other table, the table it's on my right, I don't know whether it's on your right, a country like China, yes, was able to make 1.464 million applications in 1 year. In 1 year, applications. In the US, they're able to make 252,000 applications in a year. Those applications, and in many cases, they'll get 50% approval. So in a year, it's like China has around 700,000 patents approved. And you can talk of maybe just 10 years. It means they have 700,000 patents compared to Kenya's 55 patents since independence. Why is China, US, Japan, and all those countries very keen on patents? Why is it that when you collaborate with them, because I'm sure you've been collaborating with them, either on research or something, they will never tell you to get patents. They'll fund your master's, fund your PhD, fund your research, collaborative research. But at the end of the day, they'll patent, but you and me probably would have gotten maybe per diems to travel abroad, presentations abroad, and so forth. And we're happy. But them, they're patenting it. This is a big national issue. It's a big national concern. We don't have answers on acoustic. We can only shout loud, but we need your help. Maybe in the discussion, one of the things you could tell us is, how do we move into this? There could be limited resources, but that cannot stop us from, that cannot be the reason to allow someone to pick up our knowledge. If you're sponsoring your research work, then there's what is called joint application for patents. Let us have joint application, and it should be the precondition for all MOUs. That fine, you're funding me, but whatever we get out of this, we will jointly co-own. Maybe you'll have 60% and I'll 40%. But for now, it's like everything is just going. This is a monster in the room, and if we address just this one monster, then we'll have done this country a service. Just look at now the granted patents in 2021, and I was, as you can see, I was very correct. In 2021, China got 607, around 700,000, as I said. That is just 1 year. US got 286 in 1 year. In 1 year. Japan 256,000. Yeah, so China 6 or 7,000, US 286,000, Japan 256,000, South Korea, small country, 156,000, Germany 70,000 in 1 year. For Kenya, we have 255, only 55 patents, and even those patents, some are very old. Maybe they're expiring in the next 2 years, and the remainder have not been monetized. Very few, very little has been monetized. So is there a way we can put our heads together? Yeah, starting yesterday, we follow up on our patterns. We go back, we'll be speaking to research institutes and universities on Friday. If we go back and just make sure that anything that we can submit, you lose nothing by applying. There's this notion that keeping a patent annually is expensive. It is not. You can check the keep rates. They are very low rates. They are very low rates. Standard rates which were decided many, many years ago. We used to be told, keeping a patent, if you're not monetizing, it's very little. So you can even hang on for 2 years as you're looking to commercialize it. So please, let's work on this. The monster, as I've said, is disclosure. Yeah. People who have that technology do not disclose. Why is it that they do not disclose? Because we have not created agreements on how they're going to benefit. By law, a patent is owned by your institution. Yes. So if that institution really wants you to come out as a researcher, then you have to sign agreements before they take the application to KIPI. They say, we are taking to KIPI, but should it work and we convert this to money, this will be a portion. That is what we found lacking, and therefore researchers shying away. So it's a monster which, please let's look at it. In terms of money, this is the data that we are provided to WIPO. Yes. Our funding agencies, the National Research Fund, gets very little money, maybe between 300 to 400 million in a year, which half of it or 3/4 of it is supposed to be administration and paying salaries. So you might be having only maybe 50 or so million to distribute for research. That's very little. That is very little, okay? But there's money out there which we have to know how to get to. Like the business enterprises have around 13 billion annually. The Safaricom, the Equity banks, the East African breweries, they have money somewhere, because we got this from the annual reports that they give to the Kenya government. So there's 13 billion somewhere. If you open up to collaborate, you might access that money. But if you ask them to give you that money so that you can do your own research in your institution, then that becomes a challenge. The government of Kenya has 60B distributed around institutions. You might find some are in the defense, some are in the industry, because R&D money is not just money that you do research for. It is money also that you create research infrastructure. You have done a laboratory, you have bought the materials, you have bought laptops, like Minister of ICT when they bring in laptops and so forth. Then the higher education, we have about 19 billion. And this is very viable. If you look at one university like JOUS, was able to attract 7 billion research funding for one project. 7 billion. That is just a team of 5 people. So how much more can we get if we are aggressive on this? So the funding is, people will only say, oh, the funding is kidogo. It is there. The question is the style of getting the money. What approach do you use to get that money? You can see like the second last row, funds from the rest of the world abroad, 28 billion. So who gets that 28 billion annually in the country? We need to figure out, giving a total of 121 billion, floating somewhere, which we need to find out where that money is. Now, change is happening in the world. You can see, I just got this. This happened in January. I just got it from the internet, and you can also get it. New Zealand shakes up its research system in a bid to boost economic growth. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are saying. How does this STI mainstreaming contribute in a measurable way to economic growth? How can we measure that 3 years ago we were here and now we are here? Their focus is on commercialization. It is actually forcing them to merge some of the top research institutions. Because the focus is not that you're important or not important. The important, are you impacting the public? And how do you measure how you impact the public? Have you commercialized? How many jobs have you created? How many industries have you created? Several things. How have you improved the Kenyan brand? Those are the questions that we need to ask. So saying that, and it's happening globally, research and innovation in France. I'll just skip this, allow me to skip. Yeah. Then when you come to another measuring is the Environmental Performance Index. This will be very good for the Ministry of Environment and related ministry, even agriculture, even health, and so forth. And you are able to see, if you Google that Kenya is ranked number 145 out of 180 countries. I think we can do better. I think we can do better. And when we check the data, this one I just got the other day, when you check in Africa, Kenya is number 8 out of the African countries. Good, but not good enough. Countries ahead of us include South Africa, Nigeria, big country, Morocco, big country, Egypt, big country. Ghana, I think we should be able to do better than that. Ethiopia, we should be able to do better than. Senegal, we should be able to do, we should be able to do better than. Uganda, that one, I think there's something that we need to do. So we would plead with our focal points. We're in the midst of environment. who are in Sagas under the Ministry of Environment, are you able to pursue this data and the metrics to find where is it that we're missing out on this, no, this is country brand ranking. Sorry for that. I was still focused on environment performance index, where we're number 145 out of 180. Yes. So can our players, the Sagas in the Ministry of Environment, be able to find out what is it that we're missing? Because they have 3 parameters. They're talking of climate change mitigation, 3 major ones. And then they have sub parameters. Climate change mitigation. Yes, we are now planting very many trees. Is that data getting to these people? Okay. Then you have the environmental health. How do you measure environmental health in terms of air quality and so forth? NEMA should be there. So this is one of the areas where our very big agency, NEMA, will be coming to say we took it upon ourselves to pursue this element of environmental health, and Kenya's performance on these indicators has improved. The other one is ecosystem vitality. What they're talking about biodiversity and habitat, Kenya is doing very well in terms of habitat, preservation of our wildlife. They're talking of air pollution. They're talking of fisheries. They're talking of forest, like fisheries, Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. What would be a contribution to us improving that? So this is, as we are doing your annual work plan, and as you were expecting to be scored at the end of this financial year, if you work with a team just to show what is your contribution in some of these global indices, you will have scored 100% if I'm not wrong. What is your contribution? Rather than us just performing generally, that, you know, we are good, we are doing very well, we are good, but is it measurable? Are you able to say that because of our action as a state corporation, we are the regulating agency on fisheries, we have made sure that Kenya's rank has improved on that. Now, coming back to what I was talking about, country brand ranking, this is for the Ken trade, okay? Kenya is a very strong brand, but you can see now they're telling us we are number 75 out of 206, which is good, by the way, but not extremely good. But you're seeing South Africa is doing very well. This should be one of Kenya's real planks, tourism and so forth. Nigeria is there, Morocco is ahead of us, Egypt is ahead of us, but Ghana, I'm not so sure, Ethiopia, I'm not sure, Senegal, I'm not Uganda. I think we are a better destination than some of our neighbors. I wouldn't want to mention the country. So what are the parameters? Yes, what are the parameters? So those of you coming from Ken Trade, Minister of Tourism, what you need to check out is how much investment do you attract? So that's one of the parameters. How much attraction of tourism? And recently there have been an increased number of tourists coming to the country. Is that data being availed to this ranking system? Talent attraction of talent. Kenya has a lot of talent within, and I'm sure we're able to attract from without. So could the particular Sagas or State Department or ministry in charge of this take this as their work plan, that we will be getting this data, providing it out there, and also encouraging the institutions that can help us improve on our ranking. When you do that, then you are able to quantify your contribution, your social impact on this country. Productive capacities index. Yes, I have some data there. We are seeing Kenya's overall PCI score has been gradually improving from 24.6 in the year 2000 to 37.8 in 2022. I don't know what's the rank. We're not able to get the rank on this one, but this will be the Ministry of Industry and their Sagas. Yes, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KIPI is there, KIRID is there, a number of agencies. How do we improve our productive capacities index? And in this one, definitely it has direct bearing on jobs creation. It has direct bearing on the income or our exports that go out. It has 8 key indicators if you look at that table. One is the natural capital, that is our resources. Okay. What resources do we have? The minerals that we have. Have we quantified it correctly and so forth? Of course, you have to protect certain data. We don't reveal it fully. Yeah. The human capital that we have should be excellent. Transport, energy, ICT, institutions, private sector, structural change. Those are the 8 indicators. So may we kindly request those of you who are Sagas in the Ministry of Industry and Trade to be able to assist us to improve that we have been improving, but our ranking, I don't think, is very good. But it said to achieve the aims of Vision 2030, the country needs to build domestic, economic-wide productive capacities. And the development policies need to prioritize. There are quite a number. Due to time, I'm not able to read, but you can read it. So this is what I think Kenya hired the United Nations, it's called UNCTAD, to do a review on this productive capacity index. So they have a very good report, which you can download from the internet on how to improve this. And then this one now becomes part of your annual work plan. And when you do that at the end of the year, you're able to come to the board, to your CEO, or to the board to present that we, as a state corporation, we are directly contributing to Kenya's productive capacities. And by that, we are assuming that we're creating jobs, okay? We are increasing the salaries and so forth and so forth. These are real stuff. And you can see there's that graph. South Africa still leads us. Egypt is ahead. Kenya has been improving, but we are not competitively. We are not able to catch up with South Africa or Egypt, although what we have is more than the average of sub-Saharan Africa. So data speaks for itself. When you have data, you don't have to speak much. I'll just keep on this if you allow. Yeah, so as I'm just checking on the time so that I don't take much. As I try to come to the end of this presentation, it's normally around 1 hour. Yeah. Again, I was able to get this data. This is for the Ministry, our Ministry of ICT, for ICTA, and for agencies that are in the ICT. They're saying that Kenya quality of electronic infrastructure, we are ranked number 101 in 2024. There's a drop. We have dropped 33 positions. I think this is COVID-19 pandemic. Most of our rankings went down in this COVID times. But as you know, all countries were affected by the COVID pandemic. So we shouldn't have such a big drop. But now that probably we're in the post-COVID, let us see how we can improve it. So this is for ICTA, which is a very big, powerful saga and other related sagas. Kenya's internet connectivity strength, we are number 110, yes, in 2024. And we have dropped 18 positions. Kenya's digital quality of life, we are number 89, and we have dropped 13 positions. We are very good in ICT, so I don't know what happened, where we are dropping instead of improving. Yeah, AI readiness, which is the talk of the moment. In 2023, we are ranked number 84. Okay, I don't know, probably out of 150, 180 countries or so on. Good, but still good enough. Digital quality of life index, you can see we are down from 0.42 in 2023. Smart city index, Nairobi is ranked number 131 out of 142 cities globally. Now, this in terms of smart city index, Ministry of ICT, Ministry of Industry, it needs a collective effort, the county governments, to be able to improve the ranking of Nairobi. Nairobi is a top country, but probably there could be other things, especially the services in the slum areas, which could be taking us down. So in a nutshell, what we are saying, this is how you will demonstrate your impact with the communities of Kenya. So that instead of saying, we are good, you say, we have done this. Kenya was here. We have, with the effort that we are doing, we are able to improve the rank of Kenya. Another one, allow me to mention this, Kenya and East Africa lead again. This is where now we are doing very well in attracting funding for Kenya startups. Startup investment in 2024. And you can see Kenya became number 1 in Africa, receiving $638 million as compared to the second rank, which is Nigeria with $410 million, and then Egypt with $400 million, South Africa with $394 million. I know our sister agency, Kenya National Innovation Agency, is very much seized up on this. Would really, and they've been doing very well, would encourage you to please keep us on the map. The only thing about this income is that it's income by foreigners coming into the country. Yes. So are we converting those startups to money for Kenyans, or are they taking those startups back out of the country? They come, have a startup in the country, it does very well for 2 years, then it shuts down and they open an equivalent outside the country. But so far, this is one area where we have done very well. If we could collectively work around this, where you can see we attracted 82 billion in 24. This came to Kenyans or Kenyan startups. Great thank you to Kenya National Innovation Agency, NRF, KIPI, all the agencies involved that are Kiridi that are involved in the startup ecosystem, the Juakali sector, and so forth. Now, that is real data, and we want to go. So on that, allow me just go now to almost the conclusion at the end, just to thank you once more, but also to mention that when we are looking for funding, this is probably the last part, when we're looking for funding for research, science, and innovation, there are funds all over, but they're not funds where you just go and dip in your hand and pick. You must, as they say in Kiswahili, mtakacha mvunguni shati ya iname, you must bend. You must find out how to mine that money. And some of the areas is actually the president has been an aggressive hunt for investors do we follow up as Sagas to see how we can partner? Like when His Excellency visited China, yeah, or renewable energy and the ICT sectors. Maybe I'm just receiving a call. Yeah, when His Excellency visited China, did we follow up to see if we can partner with the agencies that went with him to China? When he also visited the US, there are some goodies which were promised, or partnership were promised. Do we leave this for one institution to run with, or do we make a request for partnership? And you can use all arms of government, because when we go out and money is committed to Kenya, that is the entire government's money, and it doesn't belong to Nakosti or one agency. It belongs to all of us. Have you followed up, like in this is the US is proposing to make Kenya the first country to benefit from funding in the Chips and Science Act. This is about AI and chips. And I know Dedan Kimathi University was there. I don't know which other government agents was there. Do we follow up to try and partner with Dedan Kimathi University on the $1 million? That's around 100 million, which was promised. I don't know whether it has come, which was promised by President Biden. But now that it's no longer there, we do not know whether it will come. So there are these opportunities, and there are many. His Excellency unveils a 4.7 billion UON in Silicon Savannah at University of Nairobi. Has any of the Sagas or research institutes or even other universities tried to inquire from the University of Nairobi that how can we contribute towards this University of Nairobi Silicon Savannah innovation? It has 4.7 billion. Maybe you only need a few thousands or maybe 1 million out of that 4.7 billion. Yes, can you be part of this? Because the UN, I'm almost certain, will not deliver this alone. They will need partners around them. They'll need the ministry, line ministry. They'll need the private sector in this to achieve this. So have you made a deliberate effort? Because they're not going to come to call on you. They're going to wait for those who are interested to apply. And there are quite a number, ladies and gentlemen. There are quite a number that I do not really need to talk about. So as we conclude, I'm just moving up to the end. We have what we're calling a proposed framework with these new changes that are coming, probably a new State Department for Research, Science, and Technology, and changes happening. There is this just to trigger some, what kind of deep dive transformation can we undertake to improve Kenya's global competitiveness? And we have like a 5-pack kind of proposal in terms of enhanced positioning of RSTI is already happening, and remuneration of scientists. That was actually declared by the president in one of the meetings that he's looking forward to increase remuneration for scientists. But unless we pursue it collectively, again, it will not go far. Yeah, research security, plan for donor funds. Yeah, we welcome partnerships, but to what extent should we accept it? Are we benefiting more or are we losing? Are we getting 1 billion and losing 2 billion? Or are we getting 10 billion and losing 2 billion? So that the net effect is positive. You know, you can get 1 billion, you can get 1 shilling, and the process lose 5 shillings. So the net effect is negative. But we're shouting there, you know, we received 6 billion from the donors and so forth. But these people are getting
I think we are missing you, Prof. We are missing you.
Hello, am I back online?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof. I can hear you now.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're back.
Kenya Power, like yesterday, the same thing happened. Kenya Power goes off and the Wi-Fi connections also goes off. So if there's somebody from KPLC, please help us solve this as part of your annual work plan. Minimum power outages. So I'll just come to the conclusion. I think anyway that we are proposing a 5-pack deep dive transformation of Kenya global competence. This is still at a very formative stages. And where the thing is to get a multi-agency consortium or task force, seek for funding from within government and without government, and see how we can impact on Kenya's global competitiveness and research security. So it's not about us, but it's about the country and it's about the citizenry. So one area is positioning the STI sector and increasing the remuneration of scientists. The other one is being careful about research security. There's espionage going on, maybe not in your Sagas, but in the universities. It's happening globally in Europe. In Germany, they arrested some professors the other day. In the US, they're arresting lecturers, and it's like they didn't know. The people you interact with, and they come, and there are very many, could be from Asia most likely. They could be using you unknowingly to get information back to their country. So if the eye of the government, especially the eye of the government, the Minister of Interior, detects that, you and me and anybody else might land in trouble. So we're just alerting you that whoever you collaborate with, please seek some confidential information from the relevant agency. A number of times, some of us are invited to embassies for dinner or for talk or for something else. I've learned by being at Nakosti that such visits require some sort of concurrence from somewhere, so that you don't rush just into an embassy's place. You'll come back out of that place with all your coats, your suits bagged. And you might be a very important officer attending very key meetings of the Kenya government, and you're just bagged throughout. Your hair is bagged. Inside your bag, they put everything and so forth. So that element of research security needs to be checked on. Then protection of IP and monetizing the same is the elephant in the room. We need to ensure that the outcomes from our research, from our technology, the great minds that come during the Kenya Innovation Week, you apply for patent, we follow up on the patent, we commercialize. And commercializing doesn't mean the owner of the patent commercializing. It means you license somebody. Just like in ICT, you come up with a good idea, you license it to Safaricom, but there are powerful agreements that whenever Safaricom uses this, you'll get this percent as your profit. There was some story in the news on a South African who went to court against the equivalent of Safaricom, and the court awarded him, I think, quite a good amount of money. So there's a lot happening in the ICT sector and other sectors, industry sector, and so forth. But we now need to make deliberate steps to insist, especially if you're a public servant, you have used the infrastructure of government, you have used the government money, whatever comes out there belongs to the Kenyan people. Of course, with you as the lead, it needs to be patented and have plans and be assisted to monetize the same. Then there's skilling up, which is continuous. AI is a new thing. We are being told, all people like myself, you have to take, is it a daily, there's what they're offering in the internet, 15 minutes daily interaction with AI so that you can know how to use it. We all need to know how to use it so that it can make our work easier, but also the negative sides of these AI things. For those who came to Naivasha, you saw a scenario where the Elon Musk has said by next year, he'll be able to produce babies using a robot. Then lastly, what is the impact on county governments? Are we able to create the hubs and parks there? Because that is where the real stuff is. We all focus on Nairobi, Mombasa, Eldoret, the cities, in Nakuru, but the real work is in the counties. The real resources are in the counties. So rather than transport them to the cities, we'd rather figure out how to engage with the county governments, the county security team to be able to improve the economy of people. So in conclusion, I think just the same. The low number of patents owned by Kenyans and Kenyan institutions remain a serious national concern, as the need for concerted efforts. This has to be a joint effort. It cannot be an individual's or one institution's effort. There's need to clearly demonstrate the institutional impact of RSTI at all levels in tune with bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And this is being able to show that you have impacted on Kenya's global competitiveness or on the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And we need to work with the country to leverage on the resources. And we are grateful that matters of RSTI is being escalated to other levels. So I thank you. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll try to move as fast as I can. And as usual, I'll hand over back to Dr. Ngigi and Mr. Javan. But I will also be there for 1 or 2 minutes, just in case there's burning question, very burning that you feel probably our team might not be able, it requires the CEO to be the one to respond to, but our team is competent enough to answer most of the questions. So I'll have 1 or 2 minutes in case there are burning questions. And Dr. Ngigi, you can also check in the chats and read, and we try to answer them. Thank you. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof, for that insightful presentation. And I'm very sure it has really answered most of the queries, and also giving the current trends and where the world is going. So we really want to thank you for that. I think our distinguished participant and as indicated, we are capturing what you're raising on the charts and on the Q&A section, which we really should be able to provide the responses. But should there be any banning before we release the DG? Anything that you really think the DG should respond to in a minute or so, so that we're able to get to our health break? You can be able to raise your hand to be empowered to raise a question, or we proceed with what is on the question and answers. And of course, these are things that we should be able to respond to. And more importantly, because the next presentation that I'll make will be able to address these aspects that you have been able to raise. Any particularly burning issue for the Director General?
David, there's one there which I think has been
Uh-huh.
it's not the first time we have seen this. Please clarify on the issue of KPLC and IESR, where
Okay.
IESR implements on. How did you respond to this one, David?
Yes. Actually,
yes,
thank
go
you.
ahead. Yeah.
This is very important because the IESR, this is the Institute of Energy Studies and Research. This is an institution that is registered under the STI Act. So this is a research institution. Kenya Power and Lightning Company is a saga that needs to report on its own because these are two different entities. So we well guided that KPLC need to be reporting on its own. IESR need to report on its own as you have been doing. But what we guided is because the Institute of Energy, you have your committee that is trained and you have more capacity, you can help the KPLC to report on their own. But these are two different entities, and we were able to guide on that.
Yeah, just on the same, is IESR a saga, or is one of the?
It's one of our registered research institution under STI Act.
Yeah, because so in terms of the PC, I would imagine KPLC needs to undertake it.
Yes,
as an independent institution, but IESR is doing this as part of our requirements for a registered research institution.
Exactly.
So we might not even list them in the PC list because they're not semi-independent.
Yes, but I think what we wanted them to distinguish is that the data that they are reporting cannot represent the KPLC.
Exactly.
Because KPLC is a saga that ought to be in a performance contract, but because they have a well-trained and a committee that is well-resourced and well-capacity built, they can help the KPLC to report as KPLC.
Okay.
Maybe an addition, David.
Yes.
Addition on it. If you look at KPLC performance contract, you realize within their core mandate they have the indicator. So it's correct. They need to report now based as part of one of their core mandate indicator. And then if IESR is helping them on the same, then of course is to report on the activities committed. For example, the STI strategy that is developed, is it by KPLC or IESR? So if it is for KPLC, which is expected for them to have STI strategy, then they are developing.
Okay, Javan, we've lost you. I hope you have made your point. Yes, but exactly what you were describing, I think KPLC is the one that need now to come on board to have their STI strategy and be reporting on its own because they have a huge data that we do require. Perhaps the gap has been, I'm not sure whether the KPLC has already committed this in their performance contract, but which ought to be the case because KPLC is the entity to be in the performance contract.
Yeah.
Okay, so any other aspects that you feel we need to address before we break for a health break? Okay, there's what Maurice Kitonga, you're asking about the evidences needed for collaboration and partnership in RSTA established. Well, I will address that in the next presentation. So don't worry, I'm going to package that and disaggregate what you need to be responding around that. So DJ, I think the rest we can manage to sort
Yes,
in our
thank you.
next two piece of presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I will just exit quietly. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, most welcome. The distinguished participant, thank you so much for giving us your time. I think now is 10 minutes past 11. If with your indulgence, you could allow we take just 10 or 15 minutes, 15 minutes health break. Then we reconvene at 11:25 for the next two presentations that we are going to address the requirement for your work plan and take you through the reporting system, which is the online system, again, that you'll be able to interact with in the next couple of weeks. So thank you so much. Let's reconvene at 11:25. Thank you. Okay. Our distinguished participants, I think we need to start the second part of our sensitization. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you back. And we want to once again say a big thank you that you're still with us so that we can have the next part of these presentations. And in this aspect, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just try to make it for more clarity. I've seen a number of questions on the chats and the Q&A section that touches on issues of reporting, the annual work plan requirements, what is needed for partnerships and collaboration aspects, what is needed for technology development and the likes. So I wanted to dedicate this presentation so that we can be able to answer those aspects of reporting and the requirement around the work plan and what is needed for you to report. And also, with your permission, allow me to do this. Then my colleague Dennis will just come immediately after. I'll take you through the reporting portal, the requirement and the steps in there, and then we can have a meaningful whatever plenary toward the end that we should be able to respond to your needs and to your requirement. I know there has been the aspect of asking why should we not do this sensitization early enough in the quarter. Well, that's a good input that we are really taking on board, but we thought maybe we are approaching toward the end of the financial year. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to get it right. Because remember what I said, it's our core business to get it right, make it simpler, and to make it as palatable for all the institutions that are participating in this, as it is required by the law. So in the next couple of minutes, 30 minutes or so, allow me to go through the annual work plan requirements, what will be your requirement and what will be expected of you in terms of reporting around this. And from the onset, remember we are talking of stream A and B, and I want to demystify that fact of stream A and B. And I remember what I said, it doesn't mean much. It only means that by the beginning of the year, Stream A had not developed their STI mainstreaming strategy. And Stream B, by the beginning of the year, they had their STI mainstreaming strategy. That's the only distinction. Because somebody may be able to ask this question. Okay, we are all state corporations here represented. So what is the difference between state corporation A and B? It doesn't mean much. It only mean amount in terms of STI mainstreaming. Our key document, our selling point is STI mainstreaming strategy. Institutional STI mainstreaming strategy. That's the only distinction. By July, those who had, by July, those who didn't have. So I think that's the only distinction for stream A and B, so that that comes clear from the very beginning. So you allow me to take you through this part of our presentation, and then you go through the reporting. Then we can have a meaningful plenary. And in my intro, what I just wanted to for us to appreciate, because what I've said is that insofar as institutional STI mainstreaming STI mainstreaming strategy is a very key document because this document is supposed to even outlive the indicator in the performance contract. And what we are saying, by the close of last financial year, 23-24, we had 318 ministries, state departments, and agencies that were participating in this. And we want to extend a big thank you to those who had already developed this document. 75% of the 318 had already developed this document, but of course, it's a work in progress. We still have those who we need to work in their journey, the 27%, and this is what brought the aspect of stream A and B, because stream A, we have the 27% of those who had not developed this document, and of course, those who joined this year. And that now necessitate this kind of approach, but it's not an approach that should bring complexity. It's an approach that should be harmony and accommodating all of us. So we have 27% of us who are in stream A who had not developed the strategy, but we had 73% of us who already had the document and so rightfully to find their way in the stream B. The other aspect that we really want to speak to yourselves and really encourage yourselves, and I've seen some of the aspect around here. They remember the earlier presentation by the Director General, the issues of intellectual property assets, patent, mainly to be specific, what was a main issue for our institution, for our country. And as the Director General was just presenting, you see, there is a huge gap that is causing issues. We are thinking one of the documents to create an enabling environment for us to be able to harness the intellectual property aspect in our country is the intellectual property policy, the IP policy to harness what we have as our IP asset in our institution. Our institutions are very rich in terms of intellectual property. But without this document that creates an enabling environment, that creates this framework to harness this, become an issue. So again, out of the 318 institutions that were there for last financial year, we have 53% of our MDAs without IP policy. And I think one of the largest group that we really need to encourage is the biggest segment of the government we are talking today, the state corporations. We are coming from a past that we thought that intellectual property asset or policy is for research and universities. But the reality is it is not. It's for everybody else, so that we are able to define how we are able to do that. This is another document that STI mainstreaming is very clear. It's very important for us to agree, but we have a sizable number who are yet to develop that. We are not. It's not a problem. It's a journey. We are walking. So the two slides that I'm sharing, in terms of the percentages of those who have STI strategy, in terms of percentages, those who have the IP policy in place, it is a success story because that's the direction we are going. Because if we want to get it right, we have to start somewhere. And this is where we are starting. We are saying 47% of our institutions across have already embraced this, and they have their IP policy in place. To us, that's a big success story. But we have some distance to cover. And I just wanted to share that. So I start from the positive note that these are some of the key things that we do have. But particularly for this financial year, I know I'll just walk around the annual work plan as a guide. But as a guide because we are reporting, and we are reporting again is an annual work plan. And we had provided that annual work plan for both stream A and B. Remember, I said who and who belong to A or B. We had provided that template on our platform so that your role was only to pick what you wish to carry out. So in this case, I will speak to both the streams. And in our annual work plan, and what is even in your work plan, there is this first section that you have been reporting. Those who have been reporting, unless for those who are reporting for the first time, there is a first section of your work plan that is applicable to stream A and B. And this is around the RSTI indicators. Remember the earlier presentation from Professor Oyawa, we was talking about these RSTI indicators as the key in representing or projecting our country in terms of the global ranking indicators. This is the data that we really want to say a big thank you for what you have been able to share with us. And this is really mapped with what the global indices require. One of the indicators that the global indices require, particularly the Global Innovation Index, it is the issues of human resource capacity. Human resource capacity. You have a table that you have been filling in, and this table normally asks for the number of in-post staff. It asks you the next step to disaggregate that number of in-post against their qualification, against their gender, age, and the field of study. We are providing about 5 fields of studies, which are very generic and very broad, that are globally acceptable. So one of the indicators that you've been filling in about human resource capacity or HR data, we are responding to an indicator that is globally acceptable, so that what you are sharing with us, and that's why we don't ask for names. We just ask for numbers and the qualifications and the gender without giving specific names, is because this is what Kenya is being ranked globally. What you were showing, Professor Oyawa was showing us, that we were number 100 at one point. We have moved 4 steps. We are number position 96 last year. This is courtesy to the data that you are providing, because these are the indicators that the global indices are using. So we want to say thank you for the effort that you've been putting. We want to agree with you. We can continue the same journey, updating these and giving the accurate data, because human resource data is very critical. We can have finance, capital, and all these, but without human resource capacity, issues to do with RSTI is a problem. So human resource capacity is very important. And in that data, we normally ask for 4-5 things that the staff in your institution, we want to know them by their areas of qualification: natural scientists, engineers, health scientists, agricultural or social scientists, in that kind of gender, male or female, qualification, PhD, the number of people with PhDs, the number of masters, diploma, bachelor's, certificate. That is it. So that I'm saying this for those who are already familiar with these. A big thank you for those who are coming on board. Allow me to just pay for more attention to this. And then the issues of infrastructure, research facilities, and equipment. This is not restricted to research institutions. It is across all institutions. What we are looking for is deployment of technologies in your institution, because you are deploying technology for your service delivery, for your core mandate. For example, across all our Sagas and state corporations, we have a common technology that we normally deploy for our service delivery, ERP system. Those are the things we are looking for, because that is a technology you are deploying for increasing efficiency. And our selling point there is we only require equipment or infrastructure or facilities that are 500,000 and above, so that you don't limit yourself to so many other things. 500,000 and above. Where can you get that data? It is easily available in your asset register. In your asset register that you normally provide to Treasury every year, the thing there. The second aspect is R&D expenditure. This is common across both Stream A and B, because again, we are asking what you have been doing. We are not asking you for anything new. How much are you spending on research and development? Research and development is equivalent to RSTI, research, science, technology, and innovation. So that we are tracking the investment that goes into research, science, technology, and innovation. And I know maybe perhaps we may have some problem with the R when you're talking of research. You say you are not a research institution. We're talking about the D, the development, the technologies that you are deploying in your institution. So how much are you spending in there? We normally want to spend on that. The other aspect is collaborative program in RSTI, what we are calling input. Collaborative programs in projects. And then there are the issues of output. Output is in our institution, the match that we are able to assess in terms of patents, publication, policy briefs, trademarks, and all that. And the dissemination. This is the set of the 8 tables that you normally use to give us the data. But my point here was these 6 indicators are easily mapped to the global indices. So the data you have been sharing here has been able to be used positively to map and rank your country where it deserves. Yeah. So specifically, let me quickly move into the sub indicator for this year. Again, for the emphasis purposes, we have Stream A and Stream B. And remember what I said, Stream A and B doesn't mean much. It only means Stream A, there are institutions that were to develop the strategy. Stream B, there were those who had the strategy and to implement. So Stream A, you were to develop the strategy and implement the strategies developed. We have this question that, are you able to do a strategy within the same year and implement it? The answer is yes, because we are giving a very simple template that you ought to have developed that strategy within a week or so. Then during the year, you are just implementing. Stream B, this is applicable to the MDAs that have approved STI mainstreaming strategy. And that approved strategy had 8 strategic issues. This year, for the emphasis purposes that we are looking for, what we are after was the output-led processes for impact, and the government was able to pick these 2: collaboration and partnerships. Again, they are not just collaboration and partnership anywhere, but around the RSTI. We said research, science, technology, and innovation. All the collaboration, partnerships, agreement that you do have around that area, and the technologies that you are able to develop, innovation that you are able to develop in your institution, that you are able to transfer, you are able to commercialize. So those are the other 2 aspects for Stream B that we are looking for. for this financial year. I just wanted to paint this picture so that you can allow me, with your permission, that I speak to both stream A and B, and we agree what is needed for both. Allow me to start with the stream A so that we can have this conversation and agree stream A what they are required. Because remember, now we are in Q3. We are reporting for Q3, but we are already in Q4. This is what the stream A team was meant to achieve. Are we too late to get this right? No, we are not. We still have time to attain this. But this is what you are supposed to have done. It's supposed to have developed the institutional STI mainstreaming strategy. We have provided a self-explanatory template. That link that was able to give the institution the direction with clear examples. And then we were expecting Q3 and 4, it was for implementation of that strategy. Why am I saying this? Because implementation of this strategy is that you are not looking for an extra budget, because this STI mainstreaming strategy, institutional STI is supposed to be informed by your strategic plan. And because it's a sub-document to your strategic plan, so the budget is within your projections in your strategic plan. Q3, 4 was just for the implementation, just as your PC and your strategy plan would have allowed you for the budget implementation. But the key thing is, yeah, we had provided the STI priority areas. That was our entry point. That was our value proposition in this, because for you to develop the strategy, we were to give the areas, the priorities. And these are the 5 priorities that we give for this year. And just to say, for stream B, you already have your strategy in place. We gave you 8 strategic issues. Current year, we gave 5, but we are not losing anything. Whatever was in stream B and stream A, they are same. The only thing that these were condensed to 5. So stream A, those who are developing the strategic STI mainstreaming strategy, these were the 5 strategic issues. 1 was the issues of R&D strengthening, R&D priorities, R&D financing, R&D infrastructure. What are we saying is that what would be your priorities around those issues? Could be financing, could be infrastructure. That you as a state corporation A or B, your priority will be to strengthen your infrastructure. As the previous presentation was being presented, that we are living in a very rapidly changing technology world. So what do you need to do? Do we need to wait until our technology are rendered obsolete, or we need to sharpen all what we have and all that? So priority number 1 was for research and development, or RSTI priorities aspect, RSTI financing. How are you increasing the financing in their infrastructure? The other aspect was STI inclusivity. And of course, these are the issues that we delve into: advocacy, diplomacy, and all that. The other aspect, because I'm hoping you have already developed this strategy, was to do with the technology development, technology protection. What we were discussing earlier, the issues of IP rights protection, the patents and all these, and commercialization. What are the aspects there? Fourthly, the strategic issue that you were to use, it was strategic cooperation and partnerships. And that's why we are talking about multi-agency, multi-sectoral, international cooperation, partnership. But the focus is RSTI, research, science, technology, and innovation. What are the technologies? What are the partnerships agreements and cooperation around it there. And finally, it was the issue of science, technology, and innovation. For education, remember here is we are talking about STI for education, STI for communication, STI for talent development, and the next generation workforce. Very important. Why are we saying these 5 strategic issues are important to your institutions? They are also very important to our country. Because, for example, if we are talking about issues of talent development, we have agreed we are living in a very changing, rapidly changing world. So what kind of the next generation workforce do we need to prepare in your institution? What kind of skill sets? And whatever kind of assets or whatever kind of technical abilities would you require for your institution? So these were the issues for the stream A to develop their strategies. We are in Q3, so we hope you already developed these. But if you're not, we have an opportunity to help you to generate that. But the selling point, Nakosti was able to give the 5 strategic issues, what you needed to develop your strategy, but also gave you a template, a strategy, that this is a template for you to develop the strategy. And it was that 5-chapter document that is well articulated in our website. It has 5 chapters that you need to have introduction. You're introducing your institution, so it's very simple. It could be half a page, could be a paragraph. Situation analysis, we were expecting you to analyze your institution using your SWOT, internal analysis, not PESTEL. We're not looking for the external environment, but internal environment, so that you're able to see yourself internally. So what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are your threats? What are your opportunities internally that you can deploy science, technology, and innovation interventions? Chapter 3 was about the issues. How would you deploy those strategic issues to tumepeana hapo? What would be your interventions? Because different institutions have different mandates. All what matters is the chapters, but what goes into each chapters is what your institution require, what your strategic plan dictates. And chapter 4, we were talking about implementation for matrix. So this document, how would you implement it? What will be your key performance indicators, expected outputs, means of verification, because you have to measure. Remember, they always say what can be measured, can be done. And chapter 5, how would you monitor? So this is a template that we gave. It is on the website. I think your task was just to pick this document and plug in your wish list against those topics, because different institutions will have different language, shade, and color of what they wish to do around those aspects. That is so far as stream B was concerned. Develop the strategy using that template provided, using those 5 key strategic issues provided, and then implement them. So I hope the reports that you are making for quarter 3 and 4 will be around the implementation. For stream B, quickly, I would wish to now speak to those we are calling stream B. And remember what I said, stream B, we are not categorizing state corporations. Again, is this. We are only saying it is a state corporation that by the beginning of the year, they had an STI strategy. STI mainstreaming strategy. That's all what put you into stream B. And what you're supposed to do this year mainly is to deal with the issues of partnership and collaborations. And also part 2 was to deal with the aspect of technologies development, innovations development. How do we protect them? Remember, we had a discussion around the patents and all these, commercialization, and also the transfer. this technology. Transfer that's around the commercialization aspects of this. So this is what the stream B was supposed to be concerned. But in your work plan that we shared, we provided the specific activities that you needed to carry out against each. So I think your role was only to just plug in, because, for example, we have said the first part of it for stream B was to deal with issues of partnership and collaborations. Okay, what did we do as the specialized agency for this indicator? We broke it down for collaboration and partnerships and presented the ideal situation that we need to strive to achieve. This is multiple helix collaborations and partnerships in RSTI programs. So we want to deal with multiple helix collaborations. Remember, because this is a journey we have worked together, and I know most of you are very familiar with the aspect of where you have come from triple helix. We started with the triple helix: government, industry, academia. We went to quadruple helix: government, industry, academia, civil society. But now what we are pushing forward is for us to have a meaningful and impactful partnership. We are presenting quadruple helix involving all these 5 actors. And now this involved, now like we are now today speaking to a government, because you are state corporation, with the government. So how are you interacting with academia? How are you interacting with the industry? This is private sector. How are you interacting with the civil society? And how are you interacting with the communities? We are calling environment, the communities where these programs are existing. So meaning, this is what we wanted, partly collaboration and partnership. If you could initiate or you could implement multiple helix collaborations involving those 5 key actors, but you may not have them, but perhaps you are still implementing the quadruple, you are still implementing the triple helix, quadruple helix, and all that. But this is what was the ideal situation that we wanted to push the institution to have for meaningful. Remember, we talked of impact. Quadruple helix, that's what we meant. We want to see an MOU, a partnership that involve all these. But if you do not have, if you are still on triple helix, no problem, we still have. So what do we mean by that? Establishing a corporation around this quadruple helix, or even what you do have, whether it's bilateral, whether it's triple helix. We set aside these 5 or so set of activities for you to carry out within a year, things that are doable. One of the activity we wanted you to do, and this is one of the questions on the chat that I thought I should respond to, is that one of the things that we want to report is that we want to see a summary or a report or a paragraph or so that you are able to identify stakeholder analysis. Who are your key potential collaborators in your area? State corporation X. So who are your potential? That exactly you only need to map out. You're only mapping out who are your potential. Item number 2, we are talking about what are some of the activities that you can carry out. For example, take the MOUs that you can see, you can figure out your institution have. Some of the things that you can do is around roundtable, workshops, forums, all that, with academia. We said you are the government because you are the government representative. So what are some of the activities that you have been carrying out with academia, industry, private sector, that this gives an explanation that what we are looking for, it is your engagement with these players. We are talking of roundtables, workshops, forum. That's not exhaustive. Probably you have other engagements. This is what evidences you want you to provide as evidences that you have been engaging based on this, based on the work plan, based on the agreements, based on the MOUs that you have in place, or based on the effort that you are making to initiate multiple helix collaborations. The other aspect, major aspect that we want you to do, based on the existing MOUs, agreements, programs that you have, is that for you to assess and specify the inputs. And in the input here, what we are tracking the monies, the resources that are coming in from these external sources. You are State Corporation X. You are working with all these other agencies, what we are calling multiple helix. So how much money are they coming in? Because one of the things that you need to tell us is we are working with the World Bank. In this program, World Bank is bringing so much. As an example, I'm not saying you're supposed to work with World Bank. I'm just using as an example. You're working with the University of Nairobi. Is that collaboration or partnership bringing in some money? You are working with the Ford Foundation. How much is it bringing in? That's what we are talking about, assess the inputs that are coming. We're also telling you, look at all the MOUs, the agreement that you are implementing, assess for us also the outputs. We have been having this partnership with KPLC and the universities. This partnership has this number of outputs in form of papers, application, in the form of patents, in the form of IP rights, application, patent applications, policy briefs, technical reports. Those are the outputs from the partnership. It may be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you have existing MOU. Are you able to assess and tell us, end of the year, partnership, these were our outputs? We were collaborating with this institution or this international organization or this international NGO. In that year, our output was, we were able to do a policy brief to Ministry X or Y or Z, informing them to do this. We were able to register a number of patent application outputs. We have said input, assess the kind of resources that are coming in. Be money, but also be technical expertise. You are exchanging technical expertise, visiting professors, visiting technical expertise. And finally, you do a summary report for us during the year. And we are expecting in the work plan, this should come to at the end, a summary report. In the last financial year, or 2024, 2025, in our so many collaborative programs, these are our collaborative programs. We were working with the 1, 2, 3, 4. These were our objectives. These are our outputs. These are our challenges. These are our impacts. These are our lessons learned. So in your work plan, these activities are mapped word for word as they are here. Your role was only to walk into that system and only tick. Where do you want to do the stakeholder analysis? And tick the box. In fact, this you only tick the box. You're only ticking the box. And when you tick the box, you know that is when the system will prompt you to report. I've seen most of you are ticking the box that you want to report on Q4. Of course, it's a shortcut, it's the easiest route, but it will overwork. So you only to tick the boxes. When will you do meetings with these parties? When will you do this analysis? For me, assessment of input, assessment of output, summary report, those one you can do Q4, because all what we need is a report for those assessment. Okay. Thank you so much. That is so far as a stream B with the partnerships. Stream B with part 2 of you, what's develop technologies, innovation, very backward, very loaded. And as loaded as it is, we want to unpack it And for us, we did this unpacking simply, strategically, and specific to help our institution pick what they need. For an institution to develop a technology and push it to market for commercialization is a long journey. But there are so many other processes in there, from development to commercialization. There are a lot of processes in there. So what we did, we gave you these 5 options. So these 5 options, what would we mean? That each option has equal marks, equal score. So all what you need to do is to look at your mandate and what fits your bill, that we can easily fit against this criteria. For example, option number 1, we are talking about a research and innovation cycle. Research and innovation cycle is a very elaborate process that you are to describe the research processes that you are going through, how your institution is ensuring there is innovation and all these disclosures. That means you must have an IP office or intellectual property management office or committee or technology transfer office. How are you assessing these innovations in terms of these are new innovation? How do we assess? If you are to sell the license, how much would it be? Acquisition of IP, how are you applying? So here we'll be looking for how many number of patent applications have you filed with KIPI or WIPO? Licensing for IP rights. Okay, you may opt, you already have the IP rights, intellectual property assets, registered in your institution. How are you wishing to commercialize them? Are you licensing the private sector? Commercialization of the product. How are you commercializing the product that have been generated from your institution and the kind of the revenue that you are generating? Give those projections. So that's as far as the research and innovation cycle. That's option 1. Again, it was a free choice. If you choose that, well and good, but you demonstrate those aspects. And we are very keen to look at the issues of disclosure, because these are able to help us in building confidence. And that one, unless you have institutional intellectual property office or technology transfer office. Option 2, very applicable to yourselves. And when I say to yourselves, I mean now the state corporations. Acquisition and deployment of technologies. Because we are talking of, you're looking at yourselves and you're looking at your mandate and what kind of technologies would you wish to deploy in your own mandate, your core mandate for service delivery. And a quick example here will be the ERP system that we normally deploy, the increasing efficiency and all that. Again, there are a number of options in there. You can decide that's the option that you need to take. But I'm using only an example. There are so many other technologies that you have acquired. It's just to be within the financial year. Option 3 is financial support. Financial support, this year we're talking about institutions that are funding agencies. And a very clear example that will come to mind here will be National Research Fund. It may opt to fund other institutions to do research, other institutions to acquire technologies. They are delivering on their mandate and they are improving service delivery by financial support, meaning you have resources that you can fund other agencies to acquire equipment or to carry out research. Option 4, tulisema, this is for regulatory agencies, mainly for regulatory agencies, the likes of NACOSTI. If NACOSTI was to fill this, we pick regulatory and quality assurance, and our role is how did you assure within the year that the research that was carried within the country was quality assured, was well regulated. Licensing, we'll pick that kind of example. The KEFIs and others have their examples, and our state departments and our ministries they could use the oversight or the overall coordination or supervision role that as a ministry or state department, they ensured these activities were carried downstream. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we are saying is that for technology development, transfer, protection, and commercialization is a very packed word, packed statement that have various steps, various phases. And each of you have different capacities, different levels, and that was your option to be in there, so that you are able to make your contribution. That was your option, so that you choose which one do you wish to take. That if you choose to take this one, if you choose this route, you choose this route. So what is applicable? If you just choose acquisition, as the end really could demonstrate how you are able to acquire. How are you able to prioritize that? Was it a priority? And proof of acquisition. So again, here what we are looking for is a report that can be able to demonstrate this aspect. To a financial report, a report that it can be able to demonstrate that you are able to finance another institution to acquire. But all these options have a different set of activities in the work plan. That in the work plan, you only to tick those boxes. When will you do this? When will you do this? When will you do that? When will you do that? Thank you so much. I wish to stop at that. Because I thought I wanted to make that breakdown so that I leave it to you for the follow-up and your subsequent question, so that we see if we can make some subsequent follow-up around that. But for technology development, this is it. But this question came yesterday. Are you supposed to take all the options? You are supposed just to take one option. But each option has several activities in there, because if it is acquisition, you need to demonstrate all that process. How are you able to identify as a priority? How did you acquire? Did you train people? Those kind of things. Did you subcontract other institution to do it for you? Namna hiyo. So allow me to stop there, so that quickly, also with your permission, we can quickly move into the next presentation that will deal with now the real system in terms of the application, and in terms of how you should be able to be responding to this. And because now we are also talking about reporting, and at this point, I would wish to invite my colleague, Dennis Egon, take the next couple of minutes to go around that issues of the online tool. And towards the end, we want to welcome all your aspects, all your questions, all your comments, and the suggestion across all the presentation, so that that becomes better. Okay, thank you. Dennis, welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's see the next. Good afternoon. So sorry for that. So my name is Dennis Egon. I will take you through this STI streaming reporting. And as NACOSTI, we have tried to digitalize the process in order to streamline the reporting process, and also with the aim of enhancing service delivery to MDS, also increasing the efficiency, and more so eliminating the repetitive task, and also the quality of the data which you are receiving will also be improved. So just to give a quick overview, I'll take you through the reporting link. I don't want to assume that each and every one of you know where to locate that link. I will also show you where to access the guidelines and requirements for this STI mainstreaming PC indicator. In case you need support from us, we have a feature there, an online support, where you can request any support clarification, how to log into the system also. I'll share that. And also viewing the MDA user ID used purposely for logging in. Profile, we'll also go through the MDA profile and preparing annual work plan is also an issue I'll show you. And lastly, submitting the quarter reports or filling the quarterly returns regarding to the STI mainstreaming. So allow me to share the screen. So I've shared my screen. I don't know whether it's visible from your end, Rolex. Anyone can confirm whether you can see my screen? I've shared an Opera browser. Oh, good. So to report on STI mainstreaming, I had mentioned earlier, we have digitalized the process and we have a portal. And to access that portal, you can access through our website, which is www.nacosti.go.ke. Once you are on our website, at the top there, we have a menu. The first one there is all about us, program, service, resources, PCMDAs, news, contact. Purposely, I will just go to the PCMDA. That's where now there's a link for the portal. So once you click on that menu, it will redirect you to stipc@nacosti.go.ke. So this is the URL for reporting. You can either access through the website or just record this URL. So this is the index or home page for the portal. At the top, it has three menus. Home, there's a menu of institutions, and also if you need help. So at the home page also, we have some write-up. That's the guidelines or the requirements for the PC. We have stated the rationale for the STI mainstreaming. Please find time and go through all those write-up. It's an helpful information which will help you to understand about the indicator. Also the eligibility. This one states those institutions who are required to implement this STI mainstreaming. We have listed them. You can also access the link provided here to locate your institution. Key activities. Here now we have stated the activities for both stream A and B. My colleague had shared what it means by stream A, but just to repeat, stream A are for institutions who are new to this STI mainstreaming. Basically, institutions without STI mainstreaming strategy. So if you don't, at the beginning of the financial year, you didn't add an STI strategy, you are required to implement these two indicators. One is to develop an institutional STI mainstreaming strategy. The score is indicated there. And secondly, once you have developed that strategy, you are required to implement those the STI strategic issues within that STI strategy. And here it carries a good marks, about 70%. So for those who are in stream B, basically are those institutions with an approved strategy. My colleague also had shared this, but just to repeat, for stream B, you are required to implement two sub-indicators. The first one is to implement a strategic issue on collaboration, partnership in RSTI established to implement. Then the last one is to implement a strategic issue of technologies and or innovation protected through acquisition of IP rights, commercialized or transferred. Below it also, we have given some data or information on enabling environment. And one of the enabling environment we expect you is to do the appointment or your institution to appoint someone. will be actually the focal person and also STI champions to support the implementation of this STI streaming indicator. Another part of the enabling environment, we expect institutions to develop the STI annual work plan. Ideally, this development of work plan should have been done during the first quarter of this financial year. There are some institutions who are still joining in the indicator, so basically they have to start with developing the work plan for the year. Then the other aspect is the training of the focal persons and champions. So training, this is part of the training. We expect people to understand this indicator. And lastly, once the focal person and the champions have been trained, they also cascade down by sensitizing the staff so that it doesn't become a committee affair. The reporting, here you can also access the reporting link. Basically, this link will take you to this website, which I've just shared. Below it, we have some of the information tools like the data collection tools. You can access here the tables, which you can use them to collect the data on either human resource capacity, equipment, infrastructure, RSTI outputs, RSTI inputs, and also designation. So okay. So basically, you can access those data collection tools from here. Then we have also prepared a tutorial guide. Basically, it's about 11 minutes. It guides you. It's basically what I'm just taking you through within 11 minutes. So if by any chance you want to refer or you want to understand the reporting aspects, you can quickly access through this tutorial or guide. It details all the steps followed during the reporting process. So the video is about 11 and 27 seconds. So you can also watch if you find time. Then below it, we have a section for the scores. We also do populate scores here, and the scores which are here for the last financial year. You can also check so that it can help you now to improve based on what you achieved last year. So going back at the top, I mentioned we have 3 menus, institution. Here is the list of the institutions who are reporting, and we have categorized into ministries, research institutions, state agency, which is your group. We also have state department, TVETs, and universities. So in the event that you need support from us, kindly use this feature. Probably you want a reset of password or you need assistance in terms of reporting, kindly just indicate your name, email, the subject, then that message you want to communicate. Once you submit that, our technical team will receive a communication on the same, and I'm sure they will respond as soon as possible. So basically, to log into your portal, at the top, we have a login in button. Just click on it. Then it will tell you to input your user ID and password. To locate the user ID, you just go to the institution menu, then go to the respective category, like state departments. Here we have populated all the MDA ID for the institutions who are reporting. So just locate where your institution is and get the ID for your respective institution. For the passwords, we normally share the passwords to the institutional email address, or if we have a contact for the focal person, we also share with them. So for the purposes of training, allow me to use the Nacosti account. So once you log in, the first place it will take you is the MDA profile. And here we are collecting details, or basically you're building your institutional profile, and just give us the institutional details. That's the email of the institution, the county which you are located, the title of the head of your institution or CEO, VC, director, director general, or MD. then the name of the head of the institution. Just to clarify here, this email part is very important. We normally use this email to do all the communication to your institution. So ensure that you input a functional email address so that you don't miss on any communication we share with you. Also, on this section of the title, also capture it correctly. All the letters also being shared, the details of the head of the institutions are picked from here. So for the case like our CEO is Walter Oyawa, by any chance I picked, let's say Oyawa is, let's say this, that's what will be input in the letter. So ensure that you capture the title of the head of your institution correctly so that it sends the correct information to your institution. Coordinating and capacity building, here we require you to indicate whether you have appointed a STI focal person and champions. If you have, kindly indicate the details of the focal person and also the email of the focal person. Ensure also you capture a working email address because we normally copied all communications sent to the institution to the focal person. So if you are a focal person and you are not receiving any communication from us, it could be that you have captured your email wrongly. So also the other key aspect which I want to mention in this profile is the last section on stream. This section actually you select which stream you belong to, and you have to be very careful here. Ensure that you select appropriately. If you select stream A, during the reporting process, you will be rerouted to the stream A. So basically, you will report on the aspect of what is expected by stream, what is expected by the institutions to report under stream A. For stream B, also ensure you select it correctly so that you implement what was captured in the indicator. So for the purposes of this training, let me just pick stream B, updates. So once you update the profile, and also to mention your profile, you can access it anytime. If there is a change of the head of the institution, kindly update. Just log into the system and update at any time. Change of the focal person, log into your system anytime and update. This one, we don't have any restriction. And just ensure that the details which are in your profile are up to this. So going back to now submitting the quarterly reports, this page actually shows the data or the details on submission of reports. And here we have the financial year, we have the financial quarter, and now a link now for reporting that data. So currently we are in the financial year 2024-2025, and we are expecting you to report the data for quarter 3. So this is the link which we expect you to report on for this quarter. For those who haven't reported, who just recently joined, ensure that you also report for quarter 1, quarter 2, and quarter 3, so that during the final year, we won't have any issues with you. So to report on that specific quarter for that financial year, just click Submit Report. Here it will take you to step 1 on work plan implementation. And here you now report the activities which you committed in your work plan that you will do during that particular quarter. So for my case, I'm expected to report on the 8 tables. That's on the RSTI, issues of human resource capacity, RSTI expenditure, RSTI programs and projects, and RSTI outputs, and lastly on dissemination. So here I just come and state that I'll have tabulated table 1, table 2, up to table 7. For the tables, we don't require evidence because you will capture them, or the system capture the details of those information. So here we don't require any evidence. Where we require evidence is on where it's applicable to your stream, either stream A or stream B. And you remember these are the indicators which you are implementing, like for stream B, there is the aspect of collaboration and partnership and technologies transfer. So for the training purposes, or let me access the work plan so that you understand the link between this step one and the work plan. Basically, this is the work plan which, let's say, my institution committed to implement within this financial year. Our issues of appointment and reappointment of focal person are indicated that that one will be achieved during Q1, and the budget allocation for that is 0, and the person responsible is the CEO. Training of the focal person are indicated that will be done during Q1. So during the Q1, I was expected to report on what was ticked here. So you have seen part 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's nothing which I committed that I will do in Q3. That's why when reporting at step 1, you won't see anything to report on, because I indicated that I will report that during the first quarter of this financial year. So for the tables, you saw that there was I was required to give data on the tables. That's why I committed that all the tables I will report during the 4 quarters. So for this quarter, I'm giving the data for this Q3. And the budget implication for those data, it doesn't have any budget implication. That's why I've indicated 0. And it's the role of a focal person to report on those tables. Then lastly, I committed that I will also be reporting timely. I will do my submission before the 15 days after the end of that quarter. So the other section of the work plan is now based on your stream. Since I choose in my profile that I belong to stream B, so it will now load what's based on what I committed or based on my stream. So here I was expected to do the collaboration and partnership in RSTI, and also the technologies and or innovation protected through acquisition of IP rights, commercialized or transferred. So for this, I have about 5 activities to implement within the financial year. The first one I said I will do during Q1. It has no budget, and I also indicated the responsibility, the person who is responsible to implement that activity. The second one I said I'll do during Q2. The budget I've also indicated, and the person responsible as well. For the Q3, I indicated 2 activities when it comes to collaboration and partnership, and these are the 2 activities. So if you see, when I was reporting for the implementation of my STI mainstreaming, these 2 activities only popped up because I indicated that I will do the same during Q3. That's the assess and specify the inputs and outputs from, then lastly prepare and attach an abstract, blah, blah, blah. Then when it comes to technologies, there are 2 activities which I also committed that I will do. That's the contracting external firms on research to develop technologies and this one. So during this quarter, these are the only 2 activities which I will report on because I committed in my work plan that I will implement them during the 3rd quarter. So I hope you have understood the flow of the work plan and the reporting on the respective quarters. So for my case, I'm implementing option 2. There are those who are implementing option 4. Kindly focus on those activities. There are those who are implementing option 5. Kindly focus on those specific activities. And there are those who are implementing option 1, more so the research institutions and universities. And lastly, those who are doing option 3, those who are providing financial support. My colleague had actually explained to what it means by these options. So pick your option, then implement those activities when it comes to the technologies and innovation. For the collaboration, there are no options, just implement the entire specific activities which I indicated. So let me proceed to my. Also, you can access your work plan here. Just click view work plan. It will load the work plan which you have committed. This is the work plan which I filled. At the top, it has the institutional details. And these are now the activities which I committed to do within the financial year. So it's basically what I just ticked on is what I get from this PDF file. You can download and share with the respective departments who are implementing the indicators and also with the champions who are following up on the implementation. So going back to my submission of the quarterly reports, step one is basically the work plan implementation, and I've taken you through this step. And I mentioned that evidence is only required for the sub indicators. That is the collaboration and partnership and technologies. For those who are in stream A, kindly provide evidence for the development of the STI streaming strategy, and also evidence on now the implementation of those strategic issues on RSTI. So for those who are in stream A, they are only seeing, they are unable to see these two indicators. They have their own indicators I had earlier shared. So like for my case, I've already populated the data which is required. I've said I've populated table 1 up to table 7, and I've also said I've submitted my quarter 3 report timely. When it comes to the 2 activities which I said I'll do during quarter 3, I'm required to state the achievements here and attach the evidence supporting it. Same to the other indicators down here. So once you have populated that, you proceed to save and continue. And from this section, I'm sure majority of you have interacted with this section right from last financial year. So step 2 is about staff establishment. And here it has 2 sections. At the top, we are collecting data on, let's say, the maximum number of staff you can employ. Like for the case of Nacosti, for the training purpose, I used 98. 98 is actually the total number of staff that as Nacosti we can employ. But at the moment, we have, let's say, 54 staff who are currently in post. The next one is you need to indicate the total number of in-post staff who are offering technical, not support, who are offering technical support to your institution. Then thereafter, you are required to indicate the number of in-post staff who are non-Kenyans. Majority of you here will be 0. For those who doesn't have any non-Kenyans within your institution, majority of you just indicate 0. But if you have, kindly tell us if you have non-Kenyans who are part of your staff. And here you indicate if you have non-Kenyans who are part of your staff, kindly also indicate those who are offering the technical among those non-Kenyan staff. So below it is a table which we collect data in form of a designation, number as per establishment, current in-post. So to add the data on that, just come and click the add button here. Capture the detail. It could be either Director General or the VC or the MD or the director. Just indicate here. Indicate the number as per establishment. Like for that head of institution, it's normally 1. If it's there, just indicate 1 and indicate whether he's currently holding that position. So also just to clarify here, we have seen cases where people give us the specific position. Let's say human resource officer or ICT officer. We don't collect information based on that. We just collect the general designation. It could be either the director. Coming down, we have the managers or deputy directors. After deputy directors, you go to either principals. After principals, you go to senior officers and so on. So kindly fill in that format. Don't fill the specific title for an officer. We don't want the list here to be long. So majorly, we expect here the list to go up to 10, 11, 14, 8, and so on. So once you populate here, just proceed, save and continue. And also to mention, the way we have structured our system, it picks the data based on what you reported during the previous quarter. And the purpose of it was just to minimize the time of reporting. You find that most of the information are actually what you provided during the previous quarter. So where there is variance, just go to that section, click edit and update. Like for this case on human resource capacity, where we are collecting human resource capacity based on the qualification, gender, and age. So in the event that, let's say, there is someone in this field of study who left and who is, let's say, below or above 50, just come click here, less or add, depending on whether that person, there is someone who left or joined, and just save. So I'm sure with that structure, it will simplify your reporting process. So during the initial feeling is when you will really feel the pain. But once you have populated these tables, you'll just come and locate where there is a change. Click here and update. Edit that section and update. That's only what is required from you. So also here at the top, we have provided the specific tables. Like here, you can download the data collection tool for human resource capacity. Like for this one, you can share with the human resource department. I'm sure they will populate the data on human resource capacity. And once you get a response from the respective department, as a focal person, we expect now you to come and load the data on the portal. So going the next step, or the next section where we expect you to report on, is on RSTI infrastructure. And here we require you to provide all the current active RSTI equipment whose cost amounts to over 500,000. That's 0.5 million. So to add the data on infrastructure, use a button here, an add button, just click on it, and a pop-up will come. So indicate the name of that equipment, the date which you will install, the locality or where the location where that equipment has been placed. Indicate also the cost of the equipment. And remember here we are collecting equipments more than 500,000. Then also you are required to indicate the use of that equipment. Then if they're in working condition or not. Once you populate, just click save and continue. So you will find that what you reported last quarter, the data is also there. So if you acquired any infrastructure or equipment within third quarter, kindly come and add that equipment so that it becomes a growing list. So I think that's clear. The next section is on RSDI expenditure. And we are collecting expenditure. Our target mainly is on expenditure on R&D. So there are two forms of funding source. Actually, there are three. We have appropriation in aid, that's A. If there is any budget which will support research within that financial year from that funding source, kindly indicate. We have a funding source from the GOK as well. If there is any budget supporting R&D, kindly also indicate. Or if you have a donor or partner. And mostly, most of this category largely supports research. So we also capture. So to add the data on expenditure, just come and click add expenditure. Select the funding source, as I have mentioned, indicate the partner, more so if it's a donor or a partners, tell us the name of that partner, the development budget, if you have any budget around the development, can you also indicate. Then the total annual recurrent budget. So the two budget here should give the total budget for your institution. Then once we populate that, you come and indicate the annual R&D budget for that financial year. Then the actual Q3 expenditure. So for those who are populated and mostly budget doesn't change, you just come and report, you come and edit what was spent for this particular quarter. Because the other one remained for the annual, the financial budget. It could be either the development or annual recurrent budget or annual R&D budget. What changes here is only if you spend, let's say, this was what I reported in Q2. So just if I didn't spend any budget during Q3, just come and edit and say for this particular quarter, I spent nothing. So from the back end, it will be accumulative. So just come and update here, indicate the actual budget utilized for R&D for that particular quarter. So once you populate that, go next. And here it will take us on step 6 on RSTI programs. And for this section, you're required to list all RSTI programs or projects being undertaken in your institution. And basically it's within the last 10 years. So here, just come and tell us the title of that project. If there is any PI, also indicate. When did the project start and the end date. And also indicate there's also funding. Once you populate that through this pop-up, just save and proceed. So again, to repeat, you are required to fill projects being undertaken in your institutions within the last 10 years. So in most of you, the list here is a bit long. So if there is any project which came during the third quarter, kindly come also add that project. So to proceed, let me click save and continue. And at step 7 is about RSTI audits. Here we are required to give a cumulative and within 20 years or since your institution was established. You are required to indicate the number of RSTI outputs. So basically, we are collecting in form of just numbers, and we have different form of outputs. There are about 20. It could be either breeder rights, commercialized products, copyrights, innovation developed, innovation incubated, the IPA, that it could be patents, trademarks, utility, MOUs and partnership, product developed, publication either through the book chapters, books, peer review, journal in Tier 1, 2, and 3, and so on. So just come and select appropriately, indicate the number, the study, also link to the field of study. It could be either engineering, it could be either agriculture and veterinary sciences, or humanities and social science, medical and health science, or natural sciences. So if you have, just grow the list as well. Once you update the information, proceed to save and continue. And here is the last step on dissemination. So those outputs, we also expect you to do the dissemination of the same. So, and here we have specified the mode of dissemination. It's also our own list, either through conferences, summit, exhibition, symposiums, training. I'm sure you are all aware of this mode of dissemination. Just kindly come and select accordingly, indicate the detail of that activity, and probably specify the numbers, then save and continue. So the last step is actually about, you can review your report, what you have populated. You can print. So kindly review it, ensure that what is shown here is the actually information provided for that particular quarter. You can also print the same and share with the accounting officer, so that as he signs the forwarding letter, at least is aware of what you will be reporting to NACOST. So this forwarding letter is very important. The letter formally confirms the submissions and ensure that the accounting officer takes responsibility for the validity and the accuracy of the data provided by you. So once you attach that letter, you here then come and confirm, then submit. So allow me not to submit because I will use the same link for tomorrow's session and also Friday. But once you submit, it will assign you a reference number that your submission has been sent to Nacoste. So you can also confirm that you have submitted by coming to my submission here. At the top, there's a menu on my submission. Just click there. Here you'll be able to see the quarterly submissions you have done since. So like for the Q5, I haven't submitted. That's why it's still empty. Once I submit, it will record. So just also to mention here, there's this section of the feedback. You're able to see there are about 3 colors. The first one is green. The other one should be orange, and the last one should be red. When you see you have a green button, it means that we don't have any, you have complied during that particular quarter. If there is an orange color, ensure this indicate that we had some issues when it comes to your compliance, either what you submitted had some issues. Then the red one is basically we haven't assessed your submission. We haven't analyzed your submission. So that's it for today. I can hand back to the chair of the session to guide further.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dennis, for that last part of our presentation. That's really is very important because it deals with the practical aspects of reporting. And actually, these are the real aspects that we have been dealing with, particularly those who are in the stream B, because you have been the system. These are the real practical aspects that even what I'm getting from your question are really helping us in shaping our reporting system for yourselves and making it better for ourselves. So to me, what I just wanted to appreciate is that what I'm seeing coming through the system is really very important because it is directly in response to what we were discussing this morning. Thank you, Dennis, for that. Thank you, Javan, for your earlier presentation, and we want to thank you, the DG Nacoste, as for having provided that overview to help us get it right. I think at this point we quickly move into the plenary session, and then what gives us a lot of assurance is some of the questions that you have already put in the system, in the question and the chat. We do have them, and I want to believe we can, if with your permission, you can allow us to respond to those questions that you're asking, as Javan was presenting, as Dennis was presenting. You were able to put through a number of questions. We can make a quick through response to that, and in the meantime, you can also raise your hand if you need to raise something that you really feel that you cannot leave this forum without airing that. This is your forum. This is your chance. And I've taken the trouble to list your some of your questions on the chat and on the comments, and I have about 10 questions and comments issues. If I can just take 2, 3, 4 minutes, quickly try to respond to your question that are already on the chat. My colleagues seated here will also be able to chip in where there are gaps. And in the meantime, I want also to invite you to to raise your concern so that you're also empowered to answer that. If that is okay, I think my team is that in order. We respond to what is already on the chat. I'll make an attempt to raise them where there are gaps. Please be able to help us in bridging that. And one of the things that I've picked, and I want to pick this from my friend Nelson Mwirigi. Nelson Mwirigi has an issue with the issues of capturing the qualification of staff. One of our table, I think it's table 1 and 2, deal with the HR data. My colleague Dennis has really elaborated what needed to go in that table. And remember what I was saying in the beginning, this is one of our key indicators in our international global indices, human resource capacity. One of the things that they look for is the number of qualified people per million population. How many people with masters per million population? How many people with PhD per million population? So the data that you are sharing is extremely important. So Nelson, what you're asking, so that we avoid this miscommunication, we are saying one staff could be having 3 different set of degrees. One did undergraduate, did this one, masters akacross akaenda the other side, PhD akacross akaenda the other side. Remember our discussion, our communication is we use the highest qualification to classify them. We have given 5 fields of classification: natural scientists, engineering, medical, agricultural, and health science, and social sciences. So for classification, you use the highest qualification. If there's somebody with a bachelor's degree and a diploma, we use the bachelor's degree. If there's somebody with a certificate and a diploma, use the diploma. So if there's a staff with diploma, bachelor's degree, and a master's, use the master's degree to classify them. So my message is we use the highest qualification to classify them in the category of field of study. Because I agree, I can be an engineer first degree, second degree, I cross over to humanities and social sciences. So you use the highest degree to qualify them or to capture them. Perfect. So I think that one, what you are asking, Nelson, is applicable across all our institutions, and it's very important that we get it right. We are using the highest qualification to classify them. Dr. Eshimwata, you were asking, can we use this sensitization of staff as part of what you committed in your work plan? Yes, it is very important. This sensitization, we set them for that particular purpose. You can use that in your performance contract because you invited your staff to attend, they attended, you have the evidence. Please use that as the evidence for sensitization. We are doing this on your behalf so that this form part of your performance contract. You attended this, it is formal, it's official. You can use that. I think Magdalene was asking the issues of update on the reporting portal. I think it's regard to work plan. You don't need to upload anything. Magdalene, what we are saying, and on behalf of others, like Magdalene, you just log into a portal, the work plan template is embedded in there. All what you need to do is to go and tick the boxes. When are you doing these activities? And remember now we are already approaching Q4. When are you doing these activities? You only tick the box. When do you want to do it? You don't even type anything. You only tick a box. I want to train, sensitize staff. Q3, 4. I want to be reporting on these tables that my colleagues Yegon has taken you through. You report them quarterly. So you take all the 4 boxes, Q1, 2, 3, 4. So you don't know upload of anything. You just go into the system. You can request to be given rights to amend your work plan. Lucy Njue, the issues of low awareness on the level of IP. Very true. That is an impediment, and that has been a problem with the issues that we are dealing with the issues of patenting. It has to go to the levels with awareness. The level of IP assets, IP rights, awareness across our issue is very low. And that translates the low numbers that our DG was presenting. That is worrying as a country, that we are really having so low numbers. I'm also quickly picking something else that is from Arnold Njagi. And this is how are we able to encourage big corporation be encouraged to innovate? How do we do that? From NACOSTI perspective, there are various aspects, but from NACOSTI perspective, what we want to say is that there is a document we are telling each institution to have, the IP policy, institutional intellectual property policy. That is a document that will be able to help us encourage our staff to be innovative enough, our staff to be able to disclose their innovative ideas, their discoveries, because we do have them, but today our staff are not disclosing because the environment is not right. Where do we get that environment right? It's for us to have those IP policy. And I'm seeing Harrison asking about training allocation. Would this form part of R&D expenditure? Exactly. The expenditure you are spending today to attend this training translate directly to an R&D expenditure. So that is a straight answer. So there is another question that deals with the issues of the review of the Sagas STI mainstreaming strategy. So when do you review? I think this is my colleague Javan has always told you that this document can be reviewed midstream or end term. So if you have your document at 5 year document, you can do at 2.5, midterm, end term. So that we are able to get that right, because what we are saying is that the review of this STI mainstreaming strategy, we just talk of midterm and end term. So if it's a 3 year, it will do 1.5. There are issues of RSTI budget. There's one who had asked this. How do you estimate this RSTI budget? Our suggestion is that these are estimates for the costs that goes to all the expenditure that are related to research, science, technology, and innovation work. Most of you in the state corporation, you are in the technology deployment. You may not have the issues to do with the research, but what you are doing for your service delivery, the kind of the money investment that you are putting for your technology investment is huge. That's what we are calling RSTI budget. My brother Kenani is asking us to inform on areas of low scores when we are submitting this course, that you wish to be told where you did score lowly. Oh, I think this in every quarter we normally give the feedback. Like this quarter 3, after you submit your report by 15th, by 30th of this month, we'll give the feedback. And in that feedback, they will alert you the areas that you need to improve. So it means those areas they are alerting you to improve, they are areas that they are concerns. So you not have scored 100% in those areas. So just check on quarterly reports, quarterly letter or feedback that comes. Those are the areas for concern, meaning we already have an issue with your score around that issue, and it always comes every every quarter. And there is this other score aspect on the focal person email. Yes, we only need the focal person email and the CEO's email. And when I say CEOs here, I mean vice chancellors, the CEOs, the director general. This is the accounting officers for the institution, the principals. Why? Because what we mean focal person, because remember we are in the space and era of the data protection era, that we do need the data that you are submitting is from the focal person who has been appointed by a letter. That data is coming from your institution, so it's authenticated by the person who you nominated by the letter. So let's have 4 main purposes for communication. But what we are sending to the focal person is meant for everybody else. Yeah, only the focal person and the CEO's email. And finally, the one or the other aspect that I picked, unless there are other hands, my colleagues will check if there are any hands that are raised for response. I've seen that there is a concern around the issues. If you populate the data, is there a need for updating? Yes and no. Particularly the tables that we are talking about, if you populate them, for example, if the data of HR that you have populated in Q1, and within the year there are no changes. By the beginning of the year, you have 50 staff. Q2, you still have 50 staff. Q3, you still have 50 staff. Q4, you still have 50 staff. So you only need to retain the staff. You only update where there are changes. That's why I say this is only difficult or it's only heavy when you're doing it for the first time. The subsequent quarter, you only do updating where need be. Where there is no need for updates, that is it. It remained as so. So generally, I think I've tried to make an attempt to respond to the comment that I've seen on the chat, that I've seen on the question. And I invite my colleagues to pick any other aspects that probably I would have missed out and to add out. But you also can raise your hand to raise anything that you feel if you think we've not responded adequately, and if you think it can be sorted for the next couple of few minutes, we are able to respond to your issue. My colleagues can check if there are any other.
Thank you, Chair. There is a question by Alan Sogomo, who is asking, does it mean that if an organization is in Stream A during its first reporting as an entrant, it automatically transitions to Stream B in the next financial year? Or assuming the organization doesn't secure a partner for R&D, does it remain in Stream A throughout its reporting? I think for you, Stream A and Stream B basically is defined by the STI strategy. And as you have realized, Stream B, of course, is them that have already developed the strategy, but Stream A are the ones that are developing the strategy and implementing certain aspects of those strategic issues. So as if you are able to successfully develop and get it approved within the period under review, it means the next year, of course, will be able to be considered in Stream B. To be approved, of course, is to ensure that it goes through your normal approval process, so that at the end of it all, you have, if within the end of the financial year, by that June, for example, this year, if it is already approved, then the year 2025-26, you'll be in Stream B. That is basically the defining factor. So it's for you to ensure that you are able to develop probably in first quarter and you start implementation early, and the approval process within the time period. We have another one by Daniel Madenge. Supposing we are working in a partnership with other state organizations and have a number of STI innovations, when we report separately, isn't there a risk of double reporting. Basically, when you look at the reporting templates that captures maybe partnerships or maybe projects that are running, if you look at it keenly as it was presented, there is somewhere you indicate if there are any partners. So if, for example, you're able to capture that clearly, and maybe your organization A and organization B, you are clearly indicating the partners that you have, then in terms of collecting that information, finally, there can't be double reporting, because you'll be able to see clearly that this project or this innovation or this probably a project is being run with the following partners. So the partners would have been captured. So what is important is for you to ensure that you clearly use the template to capture the partnerships, capture who are the players, who are leading the process, if it is funding for the same, who is funding and all that. Once that information is given, and since it is automated, it will be very easy to see where there's repetitive in terms of them that are sharing, or probably they have partners and maybe the resources to do the same. I don't know whether there is another. I think Nelson Mwirigi, that was addressed. Is kindly allowing the system downloading of the final report. I think that was addressed during the reporting. How about casual employees? At the end of it all, in that template, again, this was captured again, you report the employees as they are in those thematic areas. I see one. Rolex, what does this mean? It came from the feedback. Approximately populate section 2 of the work plan on development of STA strategy, appropriately populate section 2. This has already been explained on how, basically is how to develop and ensure that your work plan is sufficient and adequate to capture what is there. So I think, Chair, don't think, I think much of others have been, that was in question and answer, and I think we have addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay, fine. So I think as we are approaching to the end of this presentation, I perhaps what I just want to just check if we are missing. What I'm seeing, some of the things that are coming through, they are majorly operational or administrative aspects that you can quickly reach out to us to address them specifically, because they could be a specific challenge to yourselves as you are trying to report on these and what you are not clear about. Like what you are asking, why is the formula in the Excel tables is different from the formula in the portal. Probably the system aspect that we need to fix that. So it's not a problem. Quadruple helix linkages is not a big issue. We just said quadruple. That is where we want to go. We are encouraging institutions to have partnerships that are involving all the 5 key partners. And we said this is the government, yourselves, academia, the society, the industry, and the environment. And a number of other things that we have seen that are this probably they will be very specific to institution or to specific to the committee, like what Dennis Mambo is asking. If an employee has a PhD, master's and a bachelor's, and say diploma, you capture all these or pick up PhD, which is the highest qualification. Exactly. That's exactly what I was responding to Nelson Mirigi. That when you are capturing this stuff, or what we are calling HR data, and we are capturing them by highest qualification. So we want to tell us this person in your institution has a PhD in humanities. He's either below or above 50. he is in this discipline by gender, whether he's male or female. So you use the highest qualification. Now in your case, Dennis is PhD. So you use that qualification, but you don't place him master's, bachelor's, and diploma. So that will be more of what the counter called double entry. We are only using the highest qualification to avoid such. When you are classifying that kind of stuff, when we talk about HR data. Because remember what I was talking about, the global indicators, the global standards is we want to get the number of PhD holders per million population in Kenya, in Africa. So we need that. So we don't want to replicate one person across. This is very important because this is the second person asking the same question. So I think it is important we get it right. That when we are classifying HR data, we are putting staff by their highest qualification. You may have 3 degrees that are on different aspects, use the highest qualification. And I think the rest we should be able to respond directly to yourself if there are specific aspects that are in your chat that are specific to yourselves, not generally to all MDAs. And finally, some of the things that we wanted and my team wanted to highlight and just alert you, even as we try to exit, there are a number of issues that we are finding from yourselves. And we want, dear colleagues, that you are careful on this. When you are populating your work plans, be very careful about stream A and B. Remember what we said, stream A, they are new entrants. Stream B, those who had the strategy by the beginning of the year. Please pay attention to that. We also want you to be careful because we don't want to have problems in scoring. And the other aspect is stream B, option 2 about technology development. Remember, I shared 5 different options. We only need you to get one option. If you take technology acquisition, if you take funding, you only take one option, just for emphasis purposes, so that we are able to get right that right. And finally, about the issues of collaboration and partnerships, they are in sequential. In your work plan, you realize they are numbered. Number 1, stakeholder analysis. Number 2, the activity you are dealing with the stakeholders. Number 3, number 4, you are doing assessment. Finally, number 5, you are doing a summary report. So it is sequential, so that you don't submit the summary report quarter 1, but then quarter 4 is when you are telling us these are our stakeholders. So is that sequential? So distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to bring this to an end at this point. And I'm very grateful with the kind of animated engagement we are finding across this high level of engagement. It shows the interest and the commitment for us to get right in this. And I really want to thank you all, because this is the letter and the spirit of what we wanted to do. We're still going to make an attempt to respond to individual aspects that we have classified as individual issues and challenges. And that, on behalf of NACOSTI and the committee and the panel here, allow me to say a big thank you for your participation, for your time, for your engagement, and for your very informative comment and question that will help us move forward. So for that, as we started, allow me to invite my colleagues to end the same meeting as we started, with a word of prayer, and we say a big thank you to all of you. Rolex, you can close it for us with a word of prayer.
Okay, let's believe and pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this afternoon. We ask that you guide us throughout this sensitization session. We pray that we've been able to achieve what we had set ahead. And even as we disperse to our various in our various institutions, we pray that you will enable us to accomplish all the set activities at the end of this financial year. We pray all this believing and trusting in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you,